Marshall Peak, Chapter 5443, Bad News. Besides you all, is there anyone else? Huang Xiong asked next. He had guessed that Primordial Pass might be gone when he saw Lin Qi and the others in such condition, because if that wasn't the case, a dozen squads couldn't be moving about in the void randomly instead of protecting the Great Pass. But when he heard Lin Qi's confirmation, he still felt forlorn. None of them knew how many of the 106 human Great Passes had been destroyed. Lin Qi solemnly shook his head. He didn't know if there were any other survivors in the neighboring regions, as the situation at Primordial Pass was similar to that of Azure Void Pass. Both were chased after by the Black Ink clan while retreating to the Noreturn Pass, and in the end, Primordial Pass had no other choice but to split off and act as a diversion, resulting in its tragic fall. Everyone knew that those who stayed behind would not have pleasant ends, but with the Black Ink clan hot on their tails, sacrificing a few to save the many was the only viable option. On the day Primordial Pass fell, the Old Ancestor and several 8th Order Division commanders died in battle, while Lin Qi and some others were ordered to scatter and try to escape. Since that day, they had been running and hiding. At first, there were quite a lot of them, a couple thousand in fact, but after enduring repeated attacks from the Black Ink clan, just a dozen or so squads remained, less than 200 soldiers in total. They might have been wiped out today if they hadn't coincidentally met Yang Kai. With 3 and 8 territory lords working together and being supported by nearly 1,000 Black Ink clan soldiers, just 200 humans wouldn't stand a chance. Do you know anything about the situation at the Noreturn Pass? Yang Kai asked while having a sinking feeling in his heart. Lin Qi's expression darkened. The Noreturn Pass was breached. What? Huang Xiong yelled in shock. The Noreturn Pass fell as well? The Dragon and Phoenix clans were standing guard there, blocking the only passageway from the Black Ink battlefield to the 3,000 worlds. If the Noreturn Pass has been breached, what is the current situation in the 3,000 worlds? Huang Xiong couldn't bear to think further. Meanwhile, Yang Kai sighed as he had vaguely guessed this was the case. To be honest, he had already assumed such a result when he saw Lin Qi and the others here. If the Noreturn Pass was still standing, how could Lin Qi and the others be wandering the void aimlessly? Even if Primordial Pass had fallen, they could have retreated to the Noreturn Pass to battle against the Black Ink clan alongside the other Great Passes. The only reason they had to not do so was that the Noreturn Pass had already been occupied. With 2 Black Ink giant spirit gods working together, as well as some 100 royal lords and a massive Black Ink clan army, even if the Noreturn Pass had the Dragon and Phoenix clans standing guard and all the surviving humans from the Great Passes had joined them, the situation would still be bleak. Along the way here, Huang Xiong still held out hope that the Noreturn Pass could block the Black Ink clan's advance. But now that he heard that the Noreturn Pass had also been defeated, he fell into a daze. It wasn't because he lacked mental fortitude, but when he thought about the Black Ink clan invading the 3,000 worlds, the scenes he imagined in his mind were simply too terrifying. At that instant, Huang Xiong didn't know where he and the other soldiers in their group should go. Though they didn't fear death, they could not just die for no reason by idiotically charging an enemy they had no hope of defeating. If they did, it would simply be a pointless sacrifice. Yang Kai, who had already assumed such an outcome, composed himself more quickly before looking at Lin Qi and asking, "Did you see for yourself that the Noreturn Pass has been breached?" Shaking his head, Lin Qi explained, "Although I didn't see it for myself, we sometimes send scouts to observe the Noreturn Pass from afar. Currently, that place is engulfed in Black Ink strength, and many dead universe worlds and universe fragments have been brought over by the Black Ink clan on which they have planted an enormous number of Black Ink nests. There were originally some signs of battle occurring there, but that was many years ago, and now there is only silence. If the Noreturn Pass was still standing, it could not possibly be so quiet." Yang Kai nodded lightly. If there were still humans at the Noreturn Pass, they would no doubt be engaging in constant battle with the Black Ink clan. Since there weren't any disturbances coming from there, it meant that the situation at the Noreturn Pass had settled. The Black Ink clan had conquered the Noreturn Pass. This was the worst news they could have received. Now that the Black Ink clan had conquered the Noreturn Pass, they would definitely invade the 3,000 worlds, as that had been their goal for millions of years. Every great territory in the 3,000 worlds was flourishing and had rich world force with abundant resources. The Black Ink clan only had to conquer those great territories to be able to have a near unlimited supply of materials that they could use at will. Also, there were countless human cultivators there that could be turned into Black Ink disciples. If that were to happen, the Black Ink clan could eventually gain enough strength to return to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to free Mo. After a brief pause, Yongkai suggested, "The most important thing now is to investigate the situation at the Noreturn Pass. Even though it has been occupied by the Black Ink clan, we still need to know what kind of garrison is stationed there." Their original plan had centered around the idea that the Noreturn Pass was still in the hands of the Dragon and Phoenix clans. In that plan, Yongkai would lead Huang Xiong and the others to find a chance to pass the Black Ink clan army before rejoining the human race army. But now that the Noreturn Pass was occupied by enemy forces, they could only try to return to the 3,000 worlds. If they wanted to return to the 3,000 worlds, the Noreturn Pass was a place they couldn't avoid. Therefore, they had to first learn about the forces of the Black Ink clan stationed at the Noreturn Pass. Without needing to say anything, everyone understood that if the Noreturn Pass had more than 3 royal lords, it would be impossible for them to return to the 3,000 worlds. If there were only 2, perhaps they could still find a way. Since Yongkai had retrieved the corpse of Azure Void Pass old ancestor, he could use it in this situation. Although the old ancestor had passed, his corpse could still be used to fight with the Black Ink clan in some limited capacity, which was also his dying wish. Other than that, there might be more remnant soldiers like Brother Lin, so we have to think of a way to gather them together. They would only get a single chance to pass through the Noreturn Pass and return to the 3,000 worlds, so any survivors that they left behind on the Black Ink battlefield would undoubtedly die at the hands of the Black Ink clan sooner or later. Moreover, the more allies they could gather, the better their chances of making it through were. Lin Chi immediately nodded. There must be quite a few. Over the years, we have come across some traces of large-scale battles and even felt the fluctuations from such fights. However, the void is too vast, so we don't know where the others are hiding. At that moment, Huang Xiong finally came back to his senses and spoke up. No matter where they are hiding, they must now be thinking about returning to the 3,000 worlds, so there is a high possibility that they are monitoring the Noreturn Pass, looking for an opportunity. As long as we can cause a commotion at the Noreturn Pass, it wouldn't be difficult to contact them. Yang Kai agreed. Division Commander Huang's idea has merit. Whether it was returning to the 3,000 worlds or contacting the other remnant soldiers, the Noreturn Pass was the key. With a rough plan set, everyone rested for a bit before heading towards the Noreturn Pass. During the time Lin Chi and the others had been hiding around the Black Ink battlefield, they had suffered huge losses, and their resources were almost used up. The situation was so dire that their warships were all on the brink of failing, as they lacked the supplies to even repair them. Now that they had met up with Yang Kai, they naturally needed to address this issue. Under Yang Kai's direction, many artifact refiners and array masters worked together to repair those warships. Then, they all received pills from Huang Xiong and began to recuperate. Another month passed, and the purifying Black Ink battleship was passing by a shattered universe world. With just a glance, Yang Kai could see the ruins of a vast city on that universe world, all its structures and buildings destroyed beyond repair. Although hundreds of years had passed, there were still signs of the intense battle which was fought here. It was one of the royal cities, at the center of which were the remains of a destroyed high-rank Black Ink nest. Yang Kai retrieved his universe chart and compared it to their surroundings and determined that this was the theater where 9-Star Pass stood guard. This royal city had already been destroyed before the human army departed on their second crusade. Now, there was no vitality left in the royal city. Since they had reached this place, it meant they weren't much further from the Noreturn Pass. At first, they were hoping to encounter other groups of remnant soldiers like Lin Chi and the others, but along the way, not only hadn't they met a single human, they didn't even encounter any Black Ink clansmen. However, it made sense because now that the Black Ink clan had successfully conquered the Noreturn Pass, all their efforts would be focused on invading the 3,000 worlds. How could they spare any significant manpower to deal with the remnant forces of the human armies on the Black Ink battlefield? Even if there were Black Ink clansmen staying here, there wouldn't be many of them. After giving it a thought, Yang Kai vaguely felt that the Black Ink clan might not have left too many troops at the Norreturn Pass. The human army had retreated to the 3,000 worlds, so it was meaningless for the Black Ink clan to garrison a large force at the Norreturn Pass. If that were true, their chances of passing through the Norreturn Pass would go up significantly. A few months later, the purifying Black Ink battleship arrived at the place where 9-Star Pass once stood. Of course, the Great Pass was no longer here, so all that was left was an empty void. However, now that they had reached this place, they had to be even more cautious. Despite the fact that the Black Ink clan wouldn't leave too many soldiers at the Norreturn Pass, that was only relative to the forces they sent to attack the 3,000 worlds. It would not be surprising if there was still a sizable army tasked with hunting down the remaining human soldiers on the Black Ink battlefield, as well as guarding the Norreturn Pass. Just like they had anticipated, as they moved forward, they gradually encountered a few groups of Black Ink clansmen ranging in size from just a few dozen to several thousand. These groups seemed to be searching the void for something. Yang Kai had arranged many arrays on the purifying Black Ink battleship, which enabled it to move about unnoticed. As long as the Black Ink clan didn't pay much attention while searching, they wouldn't be able to detect them. The Black Ink clan's actions undoubtedly signaled that other human soldiers were hiding around here. If not, there would be no need for the Black Ink clan to be searching this region. At this moment, the most troublesome issue was how to contact these other human groups. They continued for a few more months and were now getting close to the Norreturn Pass. A small asteroid drifted through the void, moving not too fast nor too slow as it gradually moved in the direction of the Norreturn Pass. Then, at some point, the asteroid stopped moving as if it were blocked by something. The purifying Black Ink battleship was naturally nestled inside the asteroid, using it as an extra layer of cover to fool the enemy. As for how this asteroid could be steered, that was thanks to Yang Kai arranging some hidden arrays on it which could be powered by the purifying Black Ink battleship. At this moment, Yang Kai was prepared to move out when Huang Xiong earnestly reminded him, "Be extra careful. There must be royal lords guarding the Norreturn Pass." Yang Kai nodded. "You may rest assured, Division Commander Huang. I may have to trouble you to look after this place for some time. I'll return as soon as I can." Finishing his words, he then dashed out of the purifying Black Ink battleship. After scanning his surroundings, Yang Kai shot straight towards the Norreturn Pass. This place was about a month away from the Norreturn Pass by warship, so if they continued ahead, the purifying Black Ink battleship might not be able to remain undetected. In a situation where they didn't know anything about their enemy, Yang Kai didn't dare to let the purifying Black Ink battleship get too close to the Norreturn Pass, lest they accidentally expose themselves. Therefore, he and Huang Xiong had a quick discussion and decided that Yang Kai would head to the Norreturn Pass alone. That way, he wouldn't have anything holding him back and could fight or run according to the situation while probing for information. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5444, Provoking the Enemy. This situation reminded Yang Kai of when he first arrived at the Black Ink battlefield. Back then, he appeared right in the heart of the Black Ink clan's territory and had no choice but to pose as a Black Ink disciple while following behind a high-rank Black Ink clansman. He could vaguely remember the high-rank Black Ink clansman was called Nu Yin, a character who was too lazy to memorize his human name, so he was just called E5. Besides him, there were also A1, B2, C3, and D4. As he thought back on those days, Yang Kai felt like they were truly distant memories. Adding on the time he had spent inside the various temporal rivers, those events happened some 5,000 years ago. While he was disguising himself as a Black Ink disciple beside Nu Yin, Yang Kai was unable to find a way to escape. Luckily for him, the old ancestor from Blue Sky Pass led an attack on the Black Ink clan's territory. Soon after the chaotic battle, Nu Yin was killed by Feng Ying, and Yang Kai gained his freedom. Later on, he and Feng Ying gathered a large number of Black Ink disciples, restored them to their senses, and killed their way out of the Black Ink clan's hinterlands as they headed towards Blue Sky Pass. It was during those days that Yang Kai met Ning Qiji, Chi Taichu, Shineo, and many others whom he went on to serve with. Among those three, Chi Taichu and Ning Qiji died in battle one after another, while Yang Kai wasn't sure if Xin Ao was still alive. Now, he needed to lead Huang Xiong, Lin Qi, and the other remnant soldiers to make their way past the no-return pass, which largely resembled the situation back then. The difference was that Blue Sky Pass was in the hands of their fellow humans, while the no-return pass was now in the hands of the Black Ink clan. Although his strength was many times stronger than back then, the level of danger this time around was even more exaggerated. Being alone, Yang Kai was able to move rapidly and soon arrived outside the no-return pass. This was the second time he had come here. As he moved forward, his heart felt heavier because he couldn't establish a connection with the Dragon Altar. The Dragon Altar, or more specifically the Dragon Pool which was linked to the Dragon Altar, was the origin of the Dragon Clan, hidden in a mysterious place that others couldn't find, much less access. Only when the Dragon Clan hosted the ceremony could the entrance to the Dragon Pool be opened for the Dragon Clan's descendants to head inside and cultivate. Since he couldn't connect with the Dragon Pool, it meant that the Dragon Clan was no longer inside the no-return pass. There were black ink clouds all over the void, so Yang Kai used them to conceal his figure and aura as he closed in on his target. It would be difficult for the Black Ink clan troops coming to and fro outside to detect his existence. Looking in the direction of the no-return pass, Yang Kai couldn't see clearly because of the vast distance and numerous black ink clouds impeding his vision. However, the situation was just as Lin Qi had said. The outside of the no-return pass was surrounded by black ink strength, and there were numerous dead universe worlds moved here by the Black Ink clan. Above those universe worlds were dozens to hundreds of black ink nests, all densely packed in. There were new Black Ink clans constantly emerging from these black ink nests and heading towards the no-return pass. Outside the black ink nests were many Black Ink clansmen transporting resources to them. The Black Ink clan was spawning new soldiers in massive quantities, and Yang Kai had discovered many universe worlds along their way here that were completely mined out. Previously, there were still many unmined universe worlds floating in this stretch of the void, but they were now scarce because everywhere the Black Ink clan army passed, they would exploit every resource they came across. After a moment of silence, Yang Kai raised his finger and gently wiped his left eye. Open. A golden cross appeared, and Yang Kai's gaze passed through the dense black ink strength and saw beyond them. The next moment, he narrowed his eyes. Right behind the blockade of the black ink strength, he saw many great passes, at least 70 to 80 of them. The humans had 106 great passes, corresponding to the 106 cave heavens and paradises other than the Dragon Altar and Phoenix Nest, which were special and unique. During the Crusade, all of these great passes gathered outside the primordial heavens source grand restriction in the most powerful human army to have been assembled since the late ancient era. However, even this army couldn't defeat their enemy in the war outside the primordial heavens source grand restriction. While retreating, a few great passes sacrificed themselves to divert the enemy's attention, allowing the others to escape. Without exception, those great passes were destroyed far from here. In the end, less than 80 great passes had reached the no-return pass. Now, though, every great pass was destroyed beyond recognition, while some were so broken that the only fragmented ruins remained. Although Yang Kai hadn't participated in that war, he could imagine what kind of earth-shattering battle the no-return pass had experienced just by looking at these broken great passes. In such a battle, numerous old ancestors and royal lords had certainly died. Now, those destroyed great passes were placed outside of the no-return pass and had become platforms where the Black Ink clan placed their black ink nests. Every one of the great passes had towering black ink nests planted atop it. Looking further inside, Yang Kai noticed that the no-return pass looked far different from before. There were traces of battle everywhere, and the immortal parasol tree was gone. It was impossible to tell whether the immortal parasol tree was destroyed, or the Phoenix clan had simply moved it. However, the latter was more likely as it was the very foundation of the Phoenix clan. If the immortal parasol tree was destroyed, the Phoenix clan would be facing extinction, so no matter what, the Phoenix clan would not allow such a thing to pass. Behind the no-return pass was a massive territory gate which led to the 3,000 worlds. When Yang Kai visited this place the last time, he didn't pay much attention to this territory gate. but even a brief glance was enough to know there were numerous powerful restrictions placed around it, making it difficult to open. But now, this territory gate looked like it had been torn open by an incredible force and transformed into what looked like a giant black hole in the void. Moreover, Yang Kai could feel space principles pulsing from this black hole. This was the portal through which the Black Ink clan could invade the 3,000 worlds. Yang Kai felt his heart tighten, but he couldn't see through the hole and investigate the situation at the 3,000 worlds. They would need to kill their way past this place in order to do that. It had only been a bit more than 500 years since the war outside the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, where the humans were defeated and forced to retreat to the Norreturn Pass. Following that, another huge battle between the humans and the Black Ink clans must have occurred at the Norreturn Pass before the humans were defeated and retreated again. Strictly speaking, it hadn't been long since the Black Ink clan began their attack on the 3,000 worlds. Perhaps their attacks might have started about 200 years ago, or even less. In such a short time, the Black Ink clan might not have advanced too much, so the humans might still be able to fight back. However, there was no use in thinking about such meaningless matters because the most important thing now was to lead Huang Xiong and the others to break through the Black Ink clan's blockade. Also, Yang Kai wanted to gather all the remaining survivors from the Black Ink battlefield. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai's eyes brightened. Originally, he was stealthily observing the Norreturn Pass while carefully hiding from the Black Ink clan, but now his gaze suddenly turned aggressive. The next moment, a strong divine sense suddenly came probing from the Norreturn Pass. It was a royal lord's divine sense. There were bound to be royal lords guarding the Norreturn Pass, but no one knew exactly how many there were. Yang Kai's goal right now was to figure that out, even exposing his position to do so. Using his eye secret technique to aggressively probe the situation at the Norreturn Pass was also a type of provocation. If it was any other 8th Order master who dared to do such a reckless thing, they would simply be courting death. However, Yang Kai was not worried. Back when he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master, he had successfully escaped from the sheep-headed Royal Lord. Now that he had reached the 8th Order, he had the capital to even fight a Royal Lord, so it wasn't a big deal to him if a Royal Lord really came to find him. Since he had attracted the Royal Lord's attention, Yang Kai no longer bothered hiding himself and charged out of the Black Ink cloud before heading in the direction of the Norreturn Pass. The Royal Lord seemed to have noticed this, and the aura surged from his divine sense, clearly showing that he was enraged. If the distance between them hadn't been so great, the Royal Lord would have used his divine sense to directly teach Yang Kai a lesson. But across such a vast distance, while the Royal Lord could sense Yang Kai's rough position, he couldn't do anything about it. Therefore, the Royal Lord directly withdrew his divine sense. On the other hand, Yang Kai was vigorously moving forward and continuously increasing his aura, soon reaching a peak. Then, everywhere he passed, space shook, creating a massive disturbance that could be felt from extremely far away. If he wanted to gather the other remnant soldiers, he would have to cause a commotion. Other than doing this, he didn't have any means to contact the others. Following the flaring of his aura, Yang Kai almost entirely turned into a bright shooting star that was openly charging towards the Norreturn Pass. From afar, a large Black Ink cloud around the Norreturn Pass churned as a troop of Black Ink clansmen appeared with 2 innate territory lords leading them. An 8th Order human wasn't an easy foe to deal with, which was why the Black Ink clan decided to deploy 2 territory lords. In addition, there were thousands of Black Ink clansmen, including quite a few feudal lords. Such a lineup was enough to deal with any known 8th Order Open Heaven Realm master. Yang Kai's actions angered the 2 territory lords, but also confused them. They naturally knew that there were humans still lurking on the Black Ink battlefield, but after being hunted down by the Black Ink clan for so many years, all of them acted stealthily, afraid of being discovered. None of the Black Ink clansmen here had expected that there would be such a crazy human. The strange situation caused the 2 territory lords to act cautiously, carefully checking their surroundings in case other humans were hiding nearby. These 2 continued to observe while instructing the thousands of Black Ink clan soldiers under them to attack the enemy. A moment later, Sounds of battle echoed through the void. Sweeping out with his spear, Yang Kai killed a large number of Black Ink Clan soldiers. Even the feudal lords were slaughtered like helpless chickens by him. The fight had only been going for a moment, but nearly 1,000 Black Ink clansmen had been killed. After making sure that there wasn't an ambush nearby, the two territory lords couldn't hold back their anger anymore and attacked Yang Kai from both sides. In an instant, Yang Kai was overwhelmed and was soon beaten to the point of spitting out blood. His aura had also dimmed greatly. Seemingly not wanting to continue fighting, he found a chance to escape the Black Ink Clan's siege and flew away from the battlefield. The two territory lords naturally wouldn't give up that easily, so they led their subordinates to chase after Yang Kai, but how could they have caught up with a master of the Tao of Space? Less than an hour later, they had completely lost track of Yang Kai and had to return unhappily. After they reported everything to the royal lord, the latter frowned slightly. The Black Ink Clan knew there were remnant human soldiers around and had even killed off many of them throughout these few years, so they were certain that there weren't many Eighth Order Masters left. The Territory Lords and Eighth Order Masters were the backbone of the two races' armies. After all, though Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Royal Lords were far stronger, there weren't many of them. Thus, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords were the real mainstays of their respective forces. That was why the Black Ink Clan would go all out to kill an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master whenever they appeared alone in order to weaken the humans' overall strength. It was difficult for the humans to produce new Eighth Order Masters, so the more the Black Ink Clan killed, the weaker the human race would be. Therefore, besides the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that had retreated to the 3,000 worlds with the main human army, there weren't many Eighth Order Masters scattered around the Black Ink battlefield as most had already been killed. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5445, Hidden Guidance. Based on the information that the Black Ink Clan had, there were at most 5 Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters remaining among the human survivors, so the appearance of a never-before-seen Eighth Order Master came as a bewildering situation to the Royal Lord. However, he was in charge of overseeing the no-return pass and could not leave easily. Since his subordinate territory lords were unable to catch this human, he had no choice but to set the matter aside. After suffering such a loss, he believed that this Eighth Order human surely would not recklessly appear again. But he was wrong. The very next day, the same Eighth Order Master came over again, charging in boldly towards the no-return pass with great momentum and an aura which seemed to indicate he hadn't suffered any injuries at all. From afar, this human acted extremely provocative with his divine sense and also hunted down a good number of Black Ink Clan teams who were bringing back resources from the outside, robbing them of all their goods. The Royal Lord was furious and reprimanded the two territory lords who were chasing him that day severely. According to their report, the Eighth Order human was severely injured after their beating and would not be able to show his face again in a short time. Yet, just one day later, he showed up again. If not for the trust he had in his subordinates, the Royal Lord would have seriously wondered if these two had been lying to him. The two territory lords also could not keep their heads up after being chastised by the Royal Lord. At once, they vowed to bring their armies to take the head of this Eighth Order Master. So, once all their troops were gathered, together with 3 more territory lords, they left the no-return pass, splitting up so they could encircle him. The Eighth Order human was seemingly unaware of their plans as he fought his way forward and engaged one of their groups for a time before the others suddenly swarmed him from the opposite side. Flustered, the human hurriedly fled. Even as he fled, many Black Ink clansmen were cut down, but the Eighth Order human also took numerous hits and coughed up blood incessantly. His condition could only be described as miserable. However, the united efforts of 5 powerful innate territory lords still lost him during the chase. This human looked half dead, but he was still ridiculously quick. It was not known what sort of extraordinary secret technique he cultivated, but as soon as he noticed that something was wrong, a blood mist would explode from his body and he would then disappear without a trace. The 5 territory lords returned to the no-return pass in disgrace, which naturally made the Royal Lord very unhappy. Still, the matter was already in the past, so what could they do now? Everyone thought that the injuries of that Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master were so severe that he must not be far from death. He surely had to find a place to recuperate and would not stir up any trouble again. And yet, that was exactly what he did. Just one day later, this human showed up again, mighty as a dragon and fierce as a tiger, picking fights outside of the no-return pass and continuing to hunt down the Black Ink clansmen bringing back recently mined resources. All the territory lords were flabbergasted, and even the royal lord himself had a vague feeling that something was not right. After sustaining such heavy injuries, an Eighth Order master couldn't recover back to peak condition in such a short amount of time. This could mean that his injuries were feigned, or the Eighth Order human who came to pick a fight the other day was not the same person at all. There was no way for his injuries to be faked, though. No matter how strong an Eighth Order human was, they would not be able to emerge from an ambush of 5 territory lords unscathed. That meant that there was a high possibility that it was a different person. There were rumors of twins appearing on the human side, or human masters who practiced some profound illusion techniques to disguise themselves as other people, but what was the point of doing that? The Black Ink clan couldn't understand. However, the provocation of this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was hard to ignore, so each time, troops were deployed to surround him. But each time, they returned empty-handed. The Black Ink clan started by mobilizing 2 territory lords, but that number continued to increase until a full 10 were sent out, even setting up a hidden ambush outside of the no-return pass. Despite taking such drastic measures, they were still unable to take down this annoying human. On one occasion, the royal lord was even prepared to set out himself, but as if the Eighth Order master could sense this, he quickly escaped, leaving the Black Ink clan feeling frustrated as if they had thrown out a heavy punch only to hit the clouds. In just one short month, the Eighth Order master with the same appearance made several dozen raids on the no-return pass, wiping out hundreds of Black Ink clan mining teams. If they included the casualties incurred when they tried to encircle him, then as many as 50,000 Black Ink clansmen had died at his hands in just 1 month, among which there was no lack of feudal lords. The territory lords, on the other hand, were unscathed. However, the loss that they incurred from just one human did no favors to their pride. All of them hated this Eighth Order human to the marrow of their bones, and any time he dared to show his face, he was chased down by numerous territory lords and given a good beating. The results of his plan thus far were just as expected. Yonkai had no idea whether or not this would be effective, but the decisive factor to gain results was effort. There were surely some remnant human soldiers observing the situation here, perhaps even hiding nearby, waiting for their chance to move. However, with such a strong force in their way, it was simply impossible for these scattered human soldiers to break through the blockade of the Black Ink clan and return to the 3,000 worlds. With nobody to rally and lead them, they would die here sooner or later. Yonkai left some subtle hints each time he clashed with the Black Ink clan, but he had no idea whether the humans in hiding would pick up on them. All he could do was hope they were smart enough. Yonkai could not be too obvious under the eyes of the Black Ink clan. It would be truly foolish of him if he were to treat them as idiots. So, from the start, he didn't dare to reveal his true strength, only using the power of an ordinary Eighth Order master to deal with the Black Ink clan's encirclements before escaping at the last moment using space principles. As for the Black Ink clan's suspicions that he had cultivated some sort of miraculous escape technique that made him burst into a cloud of blood mist, that was merely a show to cloud their eyes. Yonkai also didn't dare to kill any of the territory lords because, if he were to expose such strength, the royal lord would not be able to sit still and would have to personally come out to eliminate him. He worked hard to keep the situation manageable. It was hard for Yonkai to maintain this cycle as the injuries he sustained were not fake. It was true, after all, that he was being encircled by many innate territory lords at once. However, his restorative powers were so great that as long as his injuries were not critical, he would be able to recover rapidly, giving rise to the suspicion the Black Ink clan had of him having a twin. Outside of the no-return pass, 2 figures were lurking on a small shattered asteroid. Both of them were only in the 7th Order, but even though they both cultivated profound secret techniques that concealed their auras, they did not dare to approach the no-return pass too closely, lest they reveal themselves. They had been hiding here for 3 days now after having recently changed their hiding spots several times in recent days. This was because the Black Ink Clan had now put up their guard and also increased the strictness of their patrols outside of the no-return pass due to the recent disturbance from their repeat, uninvited guest. The two Seventh-Order humans had nearly been exposed on several occasions, but the absence of a master among the patrolling Black Ink Clansmen allowed them to slip away each time. At this moment, they were watching the Eighth Order Division commander being chased by the Black Ink Clan towards the depths of the void, soon disappearing from sight. It was a scene that they had seen many times before, as it was a performance that was put on almost every day. After the no-return pass regained its peace, the two would quietly communicate with each other through their divine senses. "Did you get a good look at which division commander that was?" The slightly older one of the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters asked. The younger one shook his head. "It was too far, I couldn't see." "What about Brother Zhou?" The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master surnamed Zhou sighed. "Me neither." They were in a rather remote location, but with their mere Seventh Order strength, they did not dare to spy on them too openly, so it was naturally difficult for them to get a complete picture of the situation. What's more, even if they could see the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master's face, they might not be able to recognize him. There were many division commanders among the Great Passes, and they rarely interacted with any of them, so how could they recognize all of them? After a moment's silence, the Seventh Order Master surnamed Zhou muttered, "There's something strange about that division commander's actions." The younger one nodded. "Indeed." His actions were so risky that the slightest mistake could mean death. Many times, they thought that this division commander was going to meet an unfortunate end. After all, the territory lords who chased him out from the no-return pass were quite numerous. However, he would always escape and make an appearance the very next day. His actions seemed meaningless and also quite dangerous, which was a fact that they found quite strange. Even stranger than that, this Eighth Order Division commander always brandished his power recklessly, making it all but impossible to not notice him even from afar. Even across such a great distance, these two would always sense this Eighth Order Division commander the moment he appeared. If something seemed unusual, there must be some reason behind it. No Eighth Order Division commander was a fool, so there had to be a reason for his strange actions. The Seventh Order Master surnamed Zhou suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, "Brother Gu, is the division commander trying to tell us something?" The Seventh Order Master surnamed Gu also had the same suspicion for a time now and nodded. "Does Brother Zhou think so too?" The one surnamed Zhou said, "If he's trying to tell us something, the only logical conclusion is he is trying to gather us somewhere. He surely knows that there are other survivors like us monitoring the no-return pass, which is why he is taking the risk to show up here so that they could lead us to a gathering place." The one surnamed Gu was roused by his words. "Then, which direction does Brother Zhou think that division commander is trying to point towards?" The one surnamed Zhou narrowed his eyes as he replied, "I don't know if you noticed, but that division commander will most frequently escape in a certain direction each time he gets chased by the territory lords. Many times, he also moves in that same direction for unusually long periods of time." Certain things felt foggy if not mentioned, but once brought up, then it became simple and clear. The two of them exchanged glances, then they turned their heads in unison to a certain direction. That was exactly the place where Yang Kai's actions were pointing towards. Both their spirits were lifted. After a brief exchange, they quietly snuck out of their hiding place and flew in that direction. On a certain day, half a month later, after escaping from the territory lords chasing him, Yang Kai landed on a certain asteroid, taking a break to recover. A short while later, he took out a space beacon that served as a link between him and Huang Xiong. He would basically take the space beacon out and communicate with Huang Xiong for a while whenever he was free to confirm the situation on the other side. During these days, the purifying Black Ink battleship had been peaceful without any unusual occurrences. Some Black Ink clan teams were searching the area, but the purifying Black Ink battleship was so well hidden that these Black Ink clan soldiers were unable to find anything. However, just after taking the space beacon out today, he could feel space principles fluctuating. Clearly, Huang Xiong had been trying to get in contact with him. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5446, Father has come to help. Yang Kai raised his brow as the next moment, a jade slip appeared before him from the void. He reached out to grab it and immersed his divine sense into it. Then he breathed a long sigh of relief. His efforts during this period were finally showing results. The remnant soldiers lurking outside of the no-return pass were fortunately perceptive enough. On this very day, the first of the remnant soldiers found Huang Xiong and safely converged at the meeting point. Considering how much time had passed, it was clear that there were some smart ones among the human survivors. They had likely noticed the hidden signs he was giving them after appearing only a few times outside of the no-return pass. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to find Huang Xiong and the others so quickly. These remnant soldiers were few in number, only several dozen or so. Enough only to form a few squads. However, this was a good start. If there was one group of them, then there had to be a second and a third. However, Yang Kai felt that he was running out of time. He had been doing this every day for more than a month, so if he continued to do so, his true intentions would probably be exposed. The Black Ink clan were not complete fools after all. If they were able to see through his goal and where he was pointing towards, then things would not end well. However, there was a bright spot in all of this. There was only a single royal lord standing guard at the no-return pass. Yang Kai had been worried that there would be too many royal lords at the no-return pass, but now it seemed like he had been overly concerned. Whether it be the battle outside of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction or the battle outside of the no-return pass, both the humans and the Black Ink clan must have suffered heavy casualties. Royal lords and Ninth Order old ancestors, too, were certain to have fallen. Yang Kai did not know the overall situation of the human race, but he could be sure that the strongest masters had been whittled down in numbers, with the Black Ink clan not being better off. In other words, for both races, whether it be royal lords or Ninth Order old ancestors, their numbers won't be high. There should be several dozen of each in the best-case scenario. The Black Ink clan had already breached the no-return pass and invaded the 3,000 worlds, so the humans were bound to put their lives on the line to stop them. With the Ninth Order old ancestors there to suppress them, the royal lords would not be able to leave as they please. Under such circumstances, how could there be several royal lords standing guard at the no-return pass? The fact that they left a single royal lord here was probably only because they knew the importance of the no-return pass. This was the only known entrance to the 3,000 worlds from the Black Ink battlefield. As far as the Black Ink clan were concerned, they couldn't afford to lose this place now that they had taken it. After all, they had to pass through here sooner or later to return to the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to help Emo break free from its prison. This was good news for Yang Kai. If there was only one royal lord, then he would not have too many constraints. Not to mention that he had previously collected the body of Azure Void Pass old ancestor, which he could use to face such an enemy. Even without it, he still had the capital to compete with a royal lord for a time on his own. In the days that followed, Yang Kai would charge the no-return pass and provoke the enemy every now and then, pointing the way subtly each time. Even though he had no idea how many of the human race soldiers left behind would understand the message, he had to keep trying. The Black Ink clan at the no-return pass grew more and more irritable. The repeated raids made them hate this 8th open master greatly. Worse yet, every time they thought that they had cornered him, the 8th open human would suddenly use his strange escape technique and disappear without a trace, which would unfailingly result in them, the territory lords, being chastised by the royal lord who berated them for their incompetence. The more they were scolded, the more their hatred for Yang Kai grew. On a certain day, Yang Kai was again picking fights outside of the no-return pass, drawing a dozen territory lords over with their troops to attack him. He swept back and forth, weaving in and out of the Black Ink clan army but avoiding the territory lords, only picking on the soft persimmons, felling countless Black Ink clansmen with his azure dragon spear. All of a sudden, he felt a shocking murderous intent explode from within a certain Black Ink cloud. Immediately afterwards, Yang Kai saw a familiar, imposing figure emerge from it, his fiery red hair billowing behind him as he held up a huge saber with both hands. Peak 8th Order, Open Heaven Realm might burst out as that saber slashed down at a nearby territory lord. Die! At the same time, the 8th Order, Open Heaven Realm Master howled. The large blade in his hand burst into flames, causing space itself to warp from the intense heat. The territory lord who was caught by the saber light was shocked. Never in his wildest dreams would he have expected to be ambushed here. However, it wasn't that the Black Ink clan hadn't been careful, just that Yang Kai had been fighting alone for such a long time without any help, so how could they anticipate being ambushed here today? They were not the only ones who did not expect this situation, though, as even Yang Kai did not anticipate this happening. The sudden slash was the crystallization of the lifelong cultivation of a peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. What's more, this attack had clearly been channeled and prepared for a long time. So when it struck, even a powerful innate territory lord was cut in half. Black blood spilled out and evaporated in the blazing heat left from the saber strike. This blow had exceeded the 8th Order in terms of pure force, but it clearly caused an overdraft of the master who used it, so after cutting down that territory lord, he froze in place, unable to move. After the other territory lords recovered from their shock, how could they hold back? They all attacked this unmoving target with their secret techniques. Seeing that his situation was about to become dangerous, Yang Kai swiftly retreated and put one hand on this unexpected ally's shoulder, pulling him behind him as numerous Dao strengths condensed onto his spear before he thrust it out. The violent energy shook the void and blood trickled out from the corner of Yang Kai's mouth and his body got struck. Yang Kai choked down the fresh blood in his mouth and said through ground teeth, "In that case, I really should thank you." Making use of the force of the territory lord's combined blow, Yang Kai retreated quickly while suffering from a great deal of discomfort. Fortunately, the sudden loss of one territory lord had frightened the other territory lords, so they did not dare to chase after them right away for fear that there might be other ambushers nearby, just waiting for an opening to strike. While the enemy was distracted, Yang Kai hurriedly left. Before he got far, another figure came out of hiding and shouted at Yang Kai from a distance, "Brother Yang, take me with you. I don't want to be left behind here." Yang Kai turned back his head, feeling so aggrieved that he was about to cough up blood again. However, he had no choice but to dart over to that side and bring along the figure that suddenly appeared. However, this delay allowed the territory lords to compose themselves and chase after them. Yang Kai desperately pushed his world force as he fled. If he was alone, then he could easily shake off his pursuers under this situation. But now, he had to bring along an 8th Order master who was practically a lamp running out of oil and could do nothing but cackle with a smug look on his face, as if killing a single innate territory lord made him invincible, and another 7th Order master, too. How could Yang Kai escape quickly under such circumstances? The territory lords behind them were gaining on them, constantly blasting secret techniques out in their direction, causing Yang Kai to stagger. He threw his hand back and pulled the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master onto his back. The 8th Order Master was shocked and gasped, "Young boy, I'll die like this." With him on Yang Kai's back, the first one to get hit by the attacks coming from behind would be him. Yang Kai naturally acted as if he didn't hear him. Behind them, as another round of the territory lord's attacks were about to reach them, space principles undulated and the trio disappeared. After several uses of instantaneous movement, Yang Kai finally escaped his pursuers, but he did not dare to stop. He continued moving forward, and it wasn't until half a day passed that he found a place to hide. After putting the two deadweights down, Yang Kai fell to the floor and sighed. It had been quite the thrilling trip. The 8th Order Master also wanted to relax on the floor, but as soon as he touched the ground, he jumped up again. Touching his back, he found it covered in blood and hurting like hell. He suspected that Yang Kai put him on his back on purpose so he could use him as a shield. On the other hand, the 7th Order Master bowed to Yang Kai, "Many thanks, Brother Yang, for this life-saving grace." Yang Kai looked at him, then at the 8th Order Master, getting furious at once and scolding, "Brother Gong, your master doesn't have a brain, but are you also lacking one? Why did you jump out like that? Were you trying to save me or harm me?" The Seventh Order Masters was none other than Gong Lian, whom Yang Kai knew well as he was the legacy disciple of the Great Evolution Army's Southern Army commander, Ouyang Lai. Gong Lian was a man of great aptitude and intelligence. His only fault was his lazy nature. When Yang Kai was in the Great Evolution Army, he had the chance to interact with Gong Lian on several occasions, but every time he saw him, this guy always had a sleepy look on his face. Even in the main conference hall, during important meetings that would decide the fate of the war, Gong Liang could still sleep while leaning against a pillar. This time was different, however, as Gong Liang was wide awake, seemingly still in shock from his life being put on the line. After being reprimanded by Yang Kai, Gong Lian only smiled awkwardly, too embarrassed to say anything. Next to him, Ouyang Lai naturally wasn't happy and glared at Yang Kai. "Smelly brat, how can you talk like that? What do you mean this old master doesn't have a brain? Look." He patted his own head. "Can't you see this old master's big head?" Yang Kai looked at him and could not help but think of Xiang Shan and Mi Jingluan. The two big heads had heads filled with strategies, whereas Ouyang Lai's hand was probably filled with water. Yang Kai sighed a long sigh. One should not compare people lest they anger themselves to death. Ouyang Lai was indignant for a while, but then he was suddenly smiling again. "Brat, when did you advance to the 8th Order? Your cultivation speed is really a sight to behold." Then, he turned to Gong Lian. "Damn disciple, why don't you learn from him? Yang Kai didn't even advance to the 7th Order as early as you, but now he's already in the 8th Order. What about you?" Gong Lian pursed his lips and kept silent, acting like he heard nothing. Ouyang Lai tossed the matter to the back of his mind after scolding him. He then turned back to Yang Kai. If this old master hadn't seen it with his own eyes, then it's simply hard to believe what happened. Back then, this old master even worried about you when you were chased out of the battlefield by that royal lord. I wondered whether or not you'd be able to survive, and there had been no news all this while. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao was worried sick about you. Many people had seen Yang Kai being chased by the royal lord outside of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction. However, the old ancestors were completely powerless to help. A few 8th Order masters tried to offer assistance, but Yang Kai and the sheep-headed royal lord were both too fast, so they were only able to chase them for a while before losing track of them, forcing them to return to the battlefield and continue their fight against the Black Ink clan. Everyone who saw that scene thought that Yang Kai's fate was surely going to be bad. After all, he was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master being chased by a royal lord. So what if he was proficient in the Tao of Space? The gap in strength was so great that it was simply impossible for Yang Kai to escape. However, when Ouyang Lai saw Yang Kai again today, not only was the latter alive and well, but he even advanced to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm. Ouyang Lai was stunned, to say the least. Martial Peak, Chapter 54-47, Gather. Ouyang Lai had also been there to witness Yang Kai being chased by the royal lord. He also wanted to help Yang Kai, but he was outnumbered 2-1 back then. Being targeted by two innate territory lords by force, he was unable to extricate himself and could only watch as Yang Kai was chased. It had been 500 years since that event, but rather than dying like everyone expected, Yang Kai had actually advanced from the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm to the 8th Order. Ouyang Lai could also sense from his perception that Yang Kai's heritage as an 8th Order Master was both rich and sturdy, completely unlike someone who had just broken through. This filled him with many doubts. He had no idea how Yang Kai was able to shake the royal lord off, and what sort of opportunities he encountered. Yang Kai originally had a stomach full of grievances. This was the final time he had planned to show up to guide the remnant human soldiers. He never expected to see Ouyang Lai and his disciple halfway through, and for them to make such a mess of the situation. If his current strength had not grown far beyond what it was the last time they had met, they might all have fallen into a disastrous state now. However, after hearing Ouyang Lai's words, Yang Kai really couldn't find it in him to be annoyed at him. Ouyang Lai had used all of his strength to kill that innate territory lord with one strike. In other words, that one blow had completely drained him, leaving him completely defenseless. Even a feudal lord could have killed him at that point. It was a sneak attack to begin with, and Ouyang had brought out all his strength in a single secret technique. Only then was he able to cut down that innate territory lord on the spot. Otherwise, how could an innate territory lord die so easily? Even though what he did was rash, Ouyang had only done so because of the confidence he had in Yang Kai. He believed that Yang Kai could get him out of there. Otherwise, he would not have put himself in harm's way so easily even if he was a musclehead. Unfortunately, his actions burdened Yang Kai, who was forced to clean up after him and bring the master and disciple pair along to escape. "Why is Senior Ouyang here?" Yang Kai asked while tossing Ouyang a bottle of spirit pills. Huang Xiong and the others had run out of supplies after so many years of fierce battling, so Ouyang was likely in the same condition. As expected, Ouyang eyes lit up at the sight of the healing pills. He took them, gulped them all down, then shut his eyes to adjust his breathing, but not before signaling to Gong Lian with his eyes, telling him to explain the situation to Yang Kai. Naturally, Gong Lian obeyed. "We have been hunting around the outer periphery of the no-return pass all these years. Only, we normally stay a bit further away since we dare not venture too close. Some days ago, we received a report from one of our squads about there being movements of masters fighting at the no-return pass, but by the time they arrived, they were unable to find anything. After that, another few squads vaguely felt movements over the following days, so Honored Master led me over to see what was going on. It was quite coincidental since this was Ouyang and his disciple's first time coming over here to check on the situation, and the reason he had to bring Gong Lian was so that he could make use of Gong Lian's unique ability. Many years ago, when they were investigating the situation of the Black Ink Clan in Great Evolution Pass, Ouyang brought Gong Lian with him as he was able to spy on others without alerting as his perception was somehow untraceable. Naturally, it would not be different this time. The two of them had only just hidden themselves for a short while before Yang Kai appeared, picking fights recklessly outside of the no-return pass. Even more coincidentally, Yang Kai actually passed by where they were hiding while being chased by those territory lords. How could Ouyang resist such a golden opportunity? Moreover, with the territory lords being so close, Ouyang wasn't sure that they wouldn't be discovered. Since the possibility of being found was high, he naturally decided to seize the initiative. It was at the instant when Yang Kai passed by the black ink cloud that the hiding Ouyang burst forth and cut down an innate territory lord. The actions of the master and disciple were as much a matter of necessity as they were a matter of coincidence and circumstance. After hearing Gong Lian's account, Yang Kai realized that he had mistakenly blamed Ouyang for acting recklessly, saying that this old fart should not be acting so brainlessly, lest he hurt the people around him and himself. "Brother Gong, how is it that you're still here and have not returned to the 3,000 worlds? As far as I know, the vast majority of the human army managed to withdraw to the 3,000 worlds other than a few remnants from the great passes that acted as a rearguard to delay the Black Ink Clan. Could it be that Great Evolution Pass was also?" Yang Kai's heart jumped in worry. Huang Xiong and the others were roaming around the Black Ink battlefield because Azure Void Pass had fallen in battle. Stuck behind enemy lines, and with no way back, they instead chose to attempt to retrieve the bodies of the old ancestor and Azure Void Pass core. If Great Evolution was also broken through, then that would mean that old ancestor Xiao Xiao had perished. Yang Kai's feelings grew heavy. As if knowing his worries, Gong Lian hurried to explain, "It's not as Brother Yang thinks. What remained of the Great Evolution Army after that war basically managed to return to the 3,000 worlds, but as for us, well, it's an interesting story." Saying so, he glanced at Ouyang, finding it difficult to speak. Yang Kai could tell at a glance that it was Ouyang who messed something up. As expected, Ouyang opened his eyes and said, "There's nothing much to be said about it. When the human race army lost the battle outside of the primordial heaven source grant restriction, the old ancestors gave the order for us to retreat to the no-return pass to regroup with the Dragon and Phoenix clans so we could make a stand against the Black Ink Clan. Many battles were fought and both sides incurred heavy casualties. This old master led the troops across the battlefield, but our ranks were unfortunately splintered by the Black Ink Clan army and were unable to reach the no-return pass in time. We had no choice but to take in the other survivors and become drifters after that." In the heat of the battle, Ouyang Lai probably couldn't be bothered to care about something like a fleet formation either. He led his army forward boldly, but that also allowed the Black Ink clan to cut them off. Yang Kai was relieved after finding out what happened. The fall of the Noreturn Pass was something that happened only about 200 years ago, and Ouyang Lai was seemingly able to gather some helping hands in this period. Only, just like with Huang Xiong, they were all remnant soldiers. The numbers Ouyang Lai managed to gather up were actually higher than Huang Xiong's side. Over the years, he was able to assemble a considerable force, almost 3,000. There were even 2 8th Order Open Heaven Masters in their group. Besides Ouyang Lai, there was another called Fei Yuanlong, but he did not come with them this time. They did not dare to provoke the Black Ink clan at the Noreturn Pass. After all, a royal lord was overseeing the situation, so the only thing they could do was roam around outside. But they were still relatively successful, killing a considerable number of Black Ink clansmen. Yang Kai picked many fights outside of the Noreturn Pass over the past 1.5 months, subtly guiding the remnant human soldiers. If Gong Lian could have observed it a few more times, then he would surely be able to catch the hint with his wits. Then, he only had to follow the directions to find Huang Xiong and the others. Only, his whereabouts were exposed the very first time he came to investigate with Ouyang Lai. So where would he find the time to ponder Yang Kai's actions? Brother Yang, have you also been drifting about these years? Gong Lian asked out of curiosity. Yang Kai sighed. It's a long story. After that, he gave them a brief account of what he told Huang Xiong, causing Gong Lian's eyes to flash. He had heard about the legendary temporal rivers before, but even his honored master Ouyang Lai has never come across one before, so how could he have? Honestly, Gong Lian thought it was just an old folktale, never actually expecting them to really exist. Such a good thing caused Gong Lian to wonder if he would also have a chance to cultivate in those temporal rivers, and how fast it would allow him to increase his cultivation. However, on second thought, the time spent inside of the temporal rivers was real, only passing by faster than in the outside world. That was the reason why it was called the cultivation shortcut for those in the open heaven realm. At the end of it all, even with a temporal river, one's effort was still required for results. Thinking of all the work that would take, Gong Lian immediately lost interest. On the other hand, Ouyang Lai gave great importance to the Great Sea celestial phenomenon and asked many questions about it. Naturally, Yang Kai answered all his questions one by one. When he heard that Yang Kai had marked out a path back to the Great Sea celestial phenomenon so he could still find it in the future, Ouyang Lai did not reserve any compliments on his meticulousness. After finding out that there were other remnant soldiers with Huang Xiong from Azure Void Pass, Ouyang Lai could no longer sit still. He was unwilling to live out the rest of his life running and hiding as he had for these past 200 years. But he had no other choice, and his own circumstances made him feel very bitter. If he wasn't so vexed at his situation, he might not have cut down that territory lord so decisively when the chance presented itself. Now, there was a possibility of breaking through the Noreturn Pass and returning to the 3,000 worlds to rejoin the human army. How could Ouyang Lai stand to delay? But even though his injuries were not serious, that attack earlier drained all of his world force, and he was barely able to recover some of it even after recuperating for a few days. Even so, he immediately led Yang Kai towards the base where he and his group were hiding. After gathering everyone, they set out to converge with the remnant soldiers from Azure Void Pass. In an instant, the strength of the remnant army surged. The army that originally had less than 1,000 troops swelled to more than 4,000. The only complaint would be the small number of 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters they had. Currently, they only had 4, including Yang Kai, which for 4,000 soldiers really wasn't much. They were in no hurry to act, though. After all, there were far too many variables if they were to launch an attack on the Noreturn Pass. They could not act with confidence unless they did some proper planning beforehand. Moreover, Yang Kai wanted to wait a while longer. Perhaps some other survivors caught on to his clues and would be coming to join them soon. While the remnant army plotted their course, the Black Ink clan of the Noreturn Pass finally found some long-awaited peace and quiet. That 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master finally stopped showing up. Even though another 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master suddenly showed up the last time and even killed an innate territory lord, causing the Black Ink clan to lose all face, it was still better than being teased like monkeys on a daily basis. Thus, the territory lords rejoiced. However, another thought came to mind. What was there to be happy about? During the days when that 8th Order Master stirred up trouble outside of the Norreturn Pass, the total number of Black Ink clansmen who died at his hands was approaching the 100,000 mark. Just the fallen feudal lords alone numbered over 1,000. Even though they would beat him till he spat blood every time and made him look utterly miserable, nobody had any idea how hurt he truly was. The result was so frustrating that the territory lords all vowed to themselves that if they ever saw that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master on the battlefield again, they would surely take good care of him. The Black Ink clan did not give up on their search either. Large numbers of search parties were sent out to try to locate that 8th Order human, but they all came back empty-handed. Even if there were any who discovered him, they simply never returned to give a report. At the hiding place of the human remnant army, over the following month, a continuous stream of human soldiers gathered after understanding Yang Kai's hints. The remnant army now numbered around 5,000, but they still only had 4 8th Order masters among them. A single purifying Black Ink battleship could not fit so many soldiers. At the very most, a purifying Black Ink battleship could only hold a maximum of 1,500 soldiers. However, they were unable to find a second purifying Black Ink battleship as the war with the Black Ink clan had been extremely intense, to the point that even great passes were destroyed. Most of the purifying Black Ink battleships were blasted to dust, so it was really a miracle to find a purifying Black Ink battleship that was only half ruined in the ruins of Azure Void Pass. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5448, Breaking Through. Yang Kai had been dizzy with work during these days. Since they had to attack the Norreturn Pass, they naturally had to be prepared. Warships needed to be repaired, and all sorts of spirit pills had to be refined. As the saying went, before the troops move, fodder and provisions must be prepared. Yang Kai had exceptional attainments in alchemy, artifact refining, and the array Dao, so out of all the people present, he naturally became the busiest. Preparations took 2 years to complete, and in these 2 years, Yang Kai had been so busy that he practically never stopped in one place for even a moment. Even though his cultivation was now in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, he still turned haggard from overwork. Most of his energy was expended on repairing warships. All the remaining ships of the human squads were on the verge of falling apart. Their charge into the Norreturn Pass was going to be extremely dangerous, so without the protection of warships, the casualties among the remnant soldiers would be atrocious at best. So, during these 2 years, every warship was carefully repaired so that it could provide the maximum amount of protection during the life-or-death battle to come. Finally, all the preparations were in place. The 5,000-strong remnant army had been reorganized into 4 extra-large divisions, with the 4 8th Order Masters becoming the commanders of each division. In addition, they spent a lot of time planning for the various scenarios they would face once the attack began, trying to account for every contingency. The remnant army gathered at their hiding spot, equipped and ready to depart. Even though it was quiet, the murderous aura clearly showed each person's determination. After leaving here, they would either break through the Norreturn Pass and return to the 3,000 worlds, or die trying. Among the 4 8th Order Masters, Ouyang Lai was the most senior, so he should have been the one to come forward and give a speech to boost the army's morale, but as usual, he ended up thinking that it was too troublesome when it came time to do it and discarded the long speech he prepared. Grinning menacingly, he simply raised his fist and roared, "All right, boys and girls, let's go and fuck those bastards up." Gong Lian could not help but facepalm, looking as if he had a headache. The effect was somewhat unexpected, however, as the morale of the remnant army really soared and they all cheered in unison. They had been extremely vexed after being forced to run and hide for so many years, watching their fellow brothers and sisters die along the way. They would rather die fighting, trying to make their way home, than keep hiding like this, living like rats in the mud, never to see the light of day again. The army set out. At the forefront was the purifying Black Ink battleship where Yang Kai personally assumed command. To his left was Huang Xiong, to his right Fei Yuanlong, and Ouyang Lai brought up the rear. Fei Yuanlong was the last of the Eighth Order Masters, and also another old veteran Eighth Order Master who was no less powerful than Ouyang Lai. If they had to compete, then among the 4 Eighth Order Masters, the weakest one would actually be Huang Xiong. After all, he was forced to sacrifice part of his small universe. Even though he had received a profounding spirit fruit from Yang Kai and managed to repair that damage, it would still take many years for him to restore his strength back to its peak. The current Huang Xiong was stronger than a newly advanced 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but still far from reaching the strength of a true veteran. The Remnant Army's hiding place had changed several times over the past 2 years, and now they were a 3-month journey by warship from the Noreturn Pass. The first month was uneventful. However, they began to encounter Black Ink Clan squads one after another in the following month. No territory lords were overseeing these patrols, and each of them was quite small in number, so there was no need to mention what happened to them. The further they advanced, though, the more Black Ink Clansmen they encountered. These Black Ink Clansmen were mostly patrolling around the Noreturn Pass periphery or returning from the outside with freshly mined resources. 1 or 2 teams going missing would not be enough to attract the attention of the Black Ink Clan's higher-ups, but as the numbers grew, the unusual situation was naturally detected by the Black Ink Clansmen at the Noreturn Pass. After some brief discussion, a few territory lords assembled their armies and set out to investigate the situation. With only 10 days to go before arriving at the Noreturn Pass, the human remnant army encountered their first territory lord. From the purifying Black Ink battleship that he oversaw, Yang Kai was able to detect the territory lord's aura from afar. However, the other party was only able to detect them after approaching to within a few 100,000 kilometers. Yang Kai had arranged an illusion array on the purifying Black Ink battleship, so why would he not equip the other warships with them? As long as the enemy didn't get too close and didn't check too carefully, these arrays were enough to conceal the movements of the remnant army, making it difficult for the Black Ink Clan to spot them. When he saw such a large force of humans coming towards him, the territory lord was shocked and ordered his subordinates to block them. At the same time, he turned around, preparing to head back to the Noreturn Pass to report this troubling development. However, as soon as he turned around, he saw a young human standing silently behind him, giving him an icy glare. The territory lord paled as he had no idea how this human managed to get behind him without him even noticing. However, he recognized the other party at a glance. It was the same young human male who had constantly provoked them outside the Noreturn Pass a few years ago. He had crossed blades with this human countless times and even forced him to cough up blood by joining hands with the other territory lords. For 2 years, this human had disappeared, so the territory lord never thought he would see him again on this day, leading such a large human army no less. Having fought with Yang Kai before, he more or less understood his strength, so how could this territory lord be careless? He immediately charged at Yang Kai as his Black Ink strength surged, condensing into a giant palm that covered the sky as he roared, "Scram!" He was not in the mood to get tangled up with this fellow right now. An army of humans had appeared just a few days away from the Noreturn Pass. This matter had to be reported as soon as possible. The territory lord was stunned, however, to discover that his opponent remained completely indifferent to his attack. The annoying human simply summoned his spear and unleashed a flurry of thrust at him. After exchanging blows for just 2 breaths, the territory lord was flabbergasted. After not seeing this human for 2 years, his strength had somehow increased to a ridiculous degree. Mysterious powers spread out and intertwined, giving the territory lord the illusion that he was caught in a large net, and each fiber of that net contained heaven-destroying, earth-shattering power. While Yang Kai fought with the territory lord, the squad warships on both sides of the purifying Black Ink battleship also unleashed a powerful barrage from their artifacts and arrays. In just one volley, they tore apart the Black Ink Clan army, and with swift movements, the 4 divisions closed in, ensuring not a single Black Ink Clansman was able to escape. Ouyang Lai originally planned to move to assist Yang Kai, but before he could even head over, he saw Yang Kai's spear sweep across the territory lord's waist from a distance. At once, The other party's abdomen caved in as black blood splashed out violently. Yang Kai thrust his spear out again, piercing through the territory lord's chest. With a fierce explosion of power, the latter's insides were thoroughly mangled. Before his death, the territory lord gawked at Yang Kai incredulously, seemingly unable to understand how this 8th-grade open heaven realm master had become so overwhelming in just 2 years. Yang Kai flicked his spear, causing the territory lord's corpse to burst into a blood mist. Immediately after, he returned to the purifying black ink battleship and ordered, "Move out." The 4 divisions of the remnant army reorganized themselves and continued forward. However, every soldier who saw the battle earlier had their spirits lifted. A powerful innate territory lord had been cut down just like that. They had never seen such a decisive victory before. Even Ouyang Lai and the 2 other 8th Order masters felt their hearts pounding. Yang Kai seemed strong to an absurd degree. Huang Xiong and the others were not too familiar with Yang Kai, but Ouyang Lai had more contact with him and knew that Yang Kai was able to crush those in the same realm when he was in the 7th Other. Back then, against feudal lords, Yang Kai was basically able to kill them with a single blow. Ouyang Lai had thought that even if Yang Kai found an opportunity to advance into the 8th Order, he would not be able to retain such an overwhelming advantage like he had in the 7th Order, but with the strength Yang Kai had just shown, he was on the path of crushing his peers again. 2 years ago, Ouyang Lai had also killed an innate territory lord with a single slash, but that had been in a sneak attack and had cost him all his world force. After that, he was completely unable to fight, which was very different from Yang Kai's case today. It was no wonder why he had the guts to provoke several territory lords at once outside the No-Return Pass. It turned out that he was strong enough to ignore them. Yang Kai had not even reached the peak of the 8th Order yet, so Ouyang Lai was suddenly looking forward to how he would be once he reached that height. Maybe he might really be able to kill an innate territory lord in a single blow without suffering any injuries. Yang Kai was wounded this time when he killed that territory lord, likely because he wanted to end the fight quickly and was willing to suffer a bit in exchange for speed. However, those injuries were all internal, so outsiders were not able to see them. The remnant army were unable to approach the No-Return Pass unnoticed in the end, which was something that they had expected. The illusion arrays on the purifying black ink battleship and the warships were not powerful enough to allow them to go unnoticed under the determined search of the enemy. Just 3 days out from the No-Return Pass, the remnant army was finally fully exposed. The No-Return Pass was naturally stunned, unable to figure out how the humans could still have an army of this size on the black ink battlefield. They knew about human survivors, but they were all scattered about and of no threat to them. However, when they saw such an army approaching, they had no choice but to take them seriously. Once the news was reported, the royal lord overseeing the No-Return Pass personally came out to investigate the situation, but when he had got a look at the lineup of the human army, he just snorted. They dared to come and pick a fight with just 4 8th Open Heaven Realm Masters? It was no different from suicide in his opinion. The forces guarding the No-Return Pass were not large, but they still had a royal lord and some 20 innate territory lords. The Black Ink clan garrison here also numbered at least 1 million, with many more constantly being spawned and sent to the 3,000 worlds. This was not something a mere remnant army of a few thousand humans could challenge. Seeing the remnant army led by a huge warship, constantly approaching the No-Return Pass, the royal lord became furious and ordered his territory lords to assemble their armies and meet them in battle. Under the royal lord's order, the territory lords did not dare to delay for a moment. At once, 10 territory lords mobilized along with a 300,000-strong army, showing the importance they attached to this battle. They themselves knew that the Black Ink battlefield would be completely under their control after this battle. They would no longer have to worry about being harassed by these human remnants. The supply convoys would also no longer be intercepted, and they could focus all their attention on invading the 3,000 worlds. 10 territory lords stormed out of the No-Return Pass with great momentum, a massive Black Ink clan army at their back exuding unconquerable might. Under their command, the 300,000-strong Black Ink clan army quickly formed a semicircle that surrounded the human army. It seemed from this arrogant gesture that they meant to take down the 5,000 humans in one fell swoop. Instead of being frightened by such a disparity in numbers, though, the humans all lifted their weapons and prepared to meet the enemy. This was only natural. After all, they had already experienced far too many battles like this. To fight as 1,000 against 10,000, which human soldier had not experienced that before? Only, the humans were indeed meager in strength, and the number of Eighth Order Masters were less than usual for an army this size with only 4 in total. However, what did they have to fear about the trivial Black Ink clan? They would still fight to the death. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5449, 10,000 Black Ink Clansmen. The two armies rapidly approached each other, exuding turbulent killing intent. At a distance of 1,000,000 kilometers, the purifying Black Ink battleship acting as the vanguard began its attack. The many arrays arranged around the purifying Black Ink battleship hummed, and the artifacts at their core lit up, turning into streams of colorful light that cut through the void, illuminating the outside of the no-return pass into a glorious light display. Each burst of light carried terrifying killing power with it and soon exploded amidst the Black Ink clan army, clearing out large regions of space. The remnant army's only purifying Black Ink battleship was brought out from Azure Void Pass, and it could be said to contain the remaining essence gathered from the entire Great Pass, so its might was several times stronger than an ordinary purifying Black Ink battleship. The 1,000 or so human soldiers stationed aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship were essentially all there to power the excessive number of arrays installed on its hull. Before the purifying Black Ink battleship was breached, they did not need to head out to fight the enemy hand-to-hand. They only needed to activate the various arrays and rely on the might of the artifacts. Not once had a purifying Black Ink battleship appeared with such a luxurious loadout before. The first round of attacks came as a shock to the Black Ink clan, and the 10 territory lords instantly realized that this purifying Black Ink battleship was different from the others. They had also seen the humans' purifying Black Ink battleships before, but what they saw in the past could hardly compare to the might of the warship before them now. So, after a brief discussion, 5 of the territory lords charged straight at the purifying Black Ink battleship under the cover of their subordinates. Regardless of where this remnant army came from, they seemed to be heavily reliant on this purifying Black Ink battleship, so as long as they could finish it off, the human strength would be greatly reduced, leaving the enemy at their mercy. With the combined strength of 5 and 8 territory lords against only 1 Eighth Order Master standing guard aboard the battleship, it was practically impossible for them to fail. Soon, with the sacrifice of their subordinate Black Ink clansmen, the 5 territory lords were able to close to a distance of 100,000 kilometers from the purifying Black Ink battleship. From this distance, the innate territory lords could fully exert their strength against this purifying Black Ink battleship. However, before they could make their moves, a stream of light suddenly emerged from the purifying Black Ink battleship. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master overseeing the battleship actually charged out to meet them. The territory lords all had sharp vision and excellent memory, so they could naturally tell at a glance that this was that Eighth Order human master who had constantly picked a fight with them outside of the no-return pass 2 years ago. Similar to the territory lord who was cut down by Yang Kai previously, these 5 greatly underestimated Yang Kai's strength, thinking that he was only uniquely gifted at escaping and not really that strong. So, none of the 5 territory lords put this man's charge to heart. Instead, they each gathered their strength, intending to blast apart this arrogant human together with the purifying Black Ink battleship. However, the Eighth Order human's figure suddenly blurred and disappeared from their sight. The next moment, 3 territory lords howled in pain as if they had been subjected to some unbearable torture, their faces twisting in agony. In an instant, 3 powerful innate territory lords were rendered helpless. The remaining 2 had no idea what happened to their companions, but they were too shocked to even react. They had sensed a surge of spiritual energy just now, but they had no idea what took place. Before they could check on the condition of their companions, though, the soldiers on the purifying Black Ink battleship who had received Yang Kai's instructions ahead of time activated all of the offensive arrays and fired in the 3 disabled territory lords' direction. If these 3 had been at their peak, then such an attack would not have been much of a threat to them. However, with their souls being torn into at this moment, they were in a heavily dazed state and unable to react promptly. The purifying black ink battleship had hundreds of arrays installed, and all of them shot at once in 3 directions, completely enveloping the enemy masters. Each territory lord was exposed to 200 to 300 attacks, each of which was at least equivalent to the full-powered blow of a 7th-order open heaven realm master, with a dozen or so of them even being comparable to the strength of an 8th-order open heaven realm master. It was as if the entire void had been torn apart in an instant. The violent tidal wave of energy not only forced the Black Ink clan army back, but even the purifying Black Ink battleship shields flickered furiously as they were hit by the shockwaves from the close-range explosions. Amid this chaos, 3 powerful auras were extinguished. The 3 targeted innate territory lords died just like that. As the dust settled, Yang Kai reappeared and swept his spear out at the 2 remaining territory lords. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, and both his eyes had gone bloodshot. The indescribable feeling of pain coursing through his body made him feel as if his soul was being torn apart, but he still grit his teeth and endured, channeling his pain into a furious onslaught of attacks. 10 territory lords led a 300,000-strong Black Ink army, while the humans only had 4 8th-order open heaven realm masters commanding 5,000 soldiers. The odds were not in the humans' favor, to say the least. So, no matter what, the gap in strength had to be reduced. At such moments, the soul-rending thorn was the best card Yang Kai could play. From his experience killing the sheep-headed royal lord, Yang Kai knew the limits of his soul. If he were to use the soul-rending thorn 4 times at once, his consciousness would blur to the point where he was no longer able to think rationally just like last time. He was lucky back then and continued fighting on pure instinct despite blacking out, even managing to kill the sheep-headed royal lord in the end. But Yang Kai could not even remember how he accomplished that. He only knew that he had brought out his dragon bead since he noticed it was damaged when he inspected his wounds after the battle. Only by attacking with his dragon bead was Yang Kai able to kill a royal lord, as it was his most powerful trump card. However, he wouldn't always be so lucky. So, Yang Kai only used 3 soul-rending thorns this time, targeting 3 territory lords. This was complemented by a powerful attack from the purifying Black Ink battleship, which felled the 3 territory lords in one swoop as he expected. After such an opening move, Yang Kai could just barely manage the remaining 2. The 2 surviving territory lords were both in a state of shock after the instant deaths of their 3 companions, so they put almost all their strength into defending themselves lest they follow in the footsteps of their companions, which gave Yang Kai an easier time dealing with them. The fight started so furiously that it vastly exceeded the expectations of the Black Ink clan. They had originally planned for the 5 territory lords to surround and attack the purifying Black Ink battleship, while the remaining 5 would deal with the other 3 8th-order masters, which should have been enough to keep the humans pinned down. However, the 5 who were supposed to deal with the purifying Black Ink battleship had instantly failed. The fall of 3 territory lords not only left the remaining 2 at the enemy's mercy, it also completely astonished the other 5. Ouyang Lei and the others were stunned at Yang Kai's methods, but they also knew that they could not waste the momentum that Yang Kai built up for them and immediately led their troops towards the Black Ink clan while they themselves engaged the other 5 territory lords. One by one, lights shot out from the squad-class warships. 5,000 against 300,000, yet the Black Ink clan army was clearly on the back foot, constantly retreating towards the Norreturn Pass. The dissipation of auras could constantly be felt. The Black Ink clan's casualties were innumerable, but warships were beginning to explode on the human side, leading to the collapse of small universes. However, no one mourned at this moment. Every human soldier knew that this would be a steep, uphill battle. If they did not break through the blockade of the Black Ink clan at the Norreturn Pass, then they would end up wandering the Black Ink battlefield until the day they died, never again having the opportunity to return to the 3,000 worlds to rejoin the main human army. At the central vanguard, Yang Kai fought 2 innate territory lords alone. Borrowing the momentum from the first attack that left the 2 territory lords hesitant, he was able to gain an absolute advantage. Right now, Even though the heritage of his small universe was not much stronger than when he just walked out from the Great Sea celestial phenomenon, Yang Kai's overall combat strength had increased significantly. For him, his encounters with the territory lords had allowed him to hone his skills and develop a far better control over his own power, especially his many Dao strengths. He was also constantly gaining new insight into these various grand Daos whenever he used them in battle. The soul-warming lotus constantly emanated a feeling of coolness that soothed his damaged soul, slowly stabilizing his state of mind. Seizing this opportunity, Yang Kai opened up some distance from his enemies and executed a secret technique. In a flash, a golden crow cried out and a great sun rose. In the next moment, a cold full moon manifested as well. The sun and moon orbited around Yang Kai, exuding the mysteries of time and space. A profound power fluctuated forth as the sun and moon spun in a kaleidoscope of light. The vast void was filled with space-time strength, making it seem as if time was standing still when viewed from the outside while space froze in place. A large swath of the void seemed to be cut off from the rest of the universe by some strange force. Yang Kai widened his eyes and stared carefully. The last time he used his sun and moon divine wheel, he saw something unusual. At that time, his sun and moon divine will seem to shatter the space-time continuum, allowing him to see fragments of the future. In one of those flashes, Yang Kai saw himself holding the severed head of the sheep-headed royal lord as countless black ink clansmen surrounded him, seemingly in worship, but were in fact encircling him to kill him. But this time, he was unable to see anything. Still, the might of the sun and moon divine wheel did not decrease in the slightest. In fact, it had even become slightly stronger than before. This secret technique could be considered one of Yang Kai's strongest methods right now, and was far less risky than the self-harming attack of his dragon beat. Even the sheep-headed royal lord at that time had suffered when struck by this secret technique, so nothing need be said about two flustered innate territory lords. It was just a flash before the frozen void seemed to return to life, but in that instant, the huge region of space that flowed with Yang Kai's space-time strength seemed to have passed through millions of years. As space and time realigned, all the black ink clansmen within that region of the void, whether it be the territory lords or the regular black ink clan soldiers, all of them disintegrated into a cloud of black ink strength, disappearing without a trace. The 5 innate territory lords who initially targeted the purifying black ink battleship had all died. A single sun and moon divine wheel massacred 100,000 black ink clansmen in an instant. The morale of the humans soared while the black ink clan was horrified. There was not one of them whose eyes were not filled with terror. 10 territory lords came out to meet the humans in battle, yet mere moments into the fight, half of them had already been killed. Was that really an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master? When did 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters become so powerful? They weren't the only ones who were terrified. Even the territory lords who remained inside of the No-Return Pass shivered in fright as they witnessed this. The royal lord overseeing the No-Return Pass was in a state of disbelief. There were 4 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the enemy army, but while 3 could be disregarded since they fell within the limits of what an ordinary 8th Order human should be capable of, the one who commanded the purifying black ink battleship was so powerful that it was hard to wrap one's mind around. The secret techniques and divine abilities this human unleashed were so astonishing they didn't even seem possible. After debating for a moment, the royal lord came to a decision. He could not allow such a human to live. Otherwise, if he were left to grow and one day reach the 9th Order, would he not then be able to cut down royal lords like he was chopping fruits or vegetables? Currently, the Black Ink clan did not have many royal lords left among their ranks. Otherwise, he would not be the only one overseeing the No-Return Pass. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5450, Who Dares Block My Way? With his mind made up, the royal lord made his move, turning into a cloud of black ink strength that rapidly approached the battlefield. Yang Kai had been weakened at this moment. Releasing 3 soul-rending thorns had severely damaged his soul, and then using his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel had drained a significant amount of his world force. If Yang Kai did not have a world tree clone to stabilize his small universe, it would have already been heavily shaken. Even then, half of his small universe's heritage had been drained already, leaving him with a feeling of weakness. He quickly took out some spirit pills and gulped them down. Yang Kai used to have low-rank world fruits that would almost instantly recover a large portion of his world force, but unfortunately, he had used all of them up while being chased by the sheep-headed royal lord. As much as 30% of the 300,000-strong Black Ink clan army had been wiped out by him with his Sun and Moon Divine Wheel, and the road ahead had been essentially cleared. Of course, there were still Black Ink clansmen on their flanks, continuing to do battle against the warships led by Huang Xiong and Fei Yuanlong. With the path ahead cleared, the purifying Black Ink battleship was able to divert their attention and provide support to the left and right flanks. Arrays continued to hum as blast after blast was fired from them, coordinating with other two divisions to eradicate their enemies. It was at that moment that Yang Kai felt his body seize up as a powerful aura locked onto him. This sensation was actually quite familiar to him. Back then, the sheephead royal lord had locked him in place using his aura in much the same way when he was chasing him, forcing him to use purifying light to isolate himself before he could activate instantaneous movement. Yang Kai immediately looked up and sure enough, in the no-return pass's direction was a giant black ink cloud rapidly approaching his location. There seemed to be two eyes inside of the black ink cloud that were sharp as swords determined to pierce through him. The royal lord? In the opening moments of the battle, 5 and 8 territory lords had fallen. The royal lord who oversaw the no-return pass realized the threat that Yang Kai posed and could no longer sit still. He had to kill this 8th open human personally to weed out future troubles here. From afar, the royal lord began exerting his power as if to demonstrate his strength and also to shake the morale of the humans. The void shook as even the protective barrier of the purifying black ink battleship lit up, as if there were an invisible weight pressing on it. Such pressure was formless, but it was real and tangible. A top master's pressure was strong enough to cull the weak all on its own. The royal lord naturally made the wrong decision when he tried to intimidate the humans with his pressure, though. The purifying black ink battleship at the center of the army did not slow down and instead continued sailing towards the no-return pass. To its left and right, warships exploded as humans fell in large numbers. The horrific death toll left Huang Xiong and Fei Yuanlong red-eyed in grief, but they were unable to do anything about it. They could only block off the attacks of the territory lords in order to minimize the casualties on their side. With the efforts of the many soldiers who sacrificed their lives, the left and right flanks finally broke through the Black Ink clan's blockade and rushed forward. Nobody dared to linger in this place. They all knew that in this assault on the no-return pass, they could not afford to stop for even a moment. They had to break through the Black Ink clan's defenses in one go if they wanted to have any hope of returning to the 3,000 worlds. The slightest hesitation would doom the remnant army to a slow death. The rear where Ouyang Lai was in charge was originally the calmest and least pressured, but now he was the one facing the heaviest burden. The Black Ink clan army, which was there to block them, had now become their pursuers. If the rear division couldn't hold them back, then the formation of the remnant army would surely be broken. At this point, Ouyang Lai was becoming desperate as he hurled sword waves through the void. A roar suddenly sounded from the purifying Black Ink battleship. Assume formation. At that order, the left and right flanks, along with the warships behind their lead, quickly moved closer to the purifying Black Ink battleship. Aboard the purifying Black Ink battleship, a grand array was activated under the combined efforts of 10 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters. In an instant, an array diagram spread out in the void with the purifying Black Ink battleship at the center, its patterns illuminating all directions. At that moment, the rest of the warships also activated complementary spirit arrays all at once. Like swallows returning to their nest, they were merged together into the array diagram. In just a short dozen breaths of time, the auras of all the surviving human warships became interconnected with the purifying Black Ink battleship serving as their core, as if they had truly become one. For symbols formation. This was originally a formation used by human cultivators to link their strengths together to deal with powerful enemies. It was neither special nor profound, but under the aid of this battle formation, for human cultivators were able to exert far greater power than any of them could individually in order to battle stronger black ink clansmen. However, the four symbols formation had been modified by Yang Kai, who integrated it into a grand array, allowing the four divisions to link themselves together. In the past, Yang Kai would never have been able to do such a thing. However, he had received a huge harvest in the Great Sea Celestial phenomenon, so with his attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays, it was not a problem for him to create something like this. There was only one problem. The four symbols formation, which had been so heavily modified, was not stable and could not be sustained for long. That was the reason why the remnant army didn't simply use it from the start. However, they were now at a critical point that would decide their victory or death, so how could Yang Kai continue to hesitate? With the purifying black ink battleship serving as the core, all the warships were closely linked together under the formation, greatly improving both their lethality and defense. As soon as the formation was completed, the huge black ink cloud arrived in front of them. The black ink cloud swiftly retracted to reveal a towering figure who raised his hand and slammed his palm down towards the purifying black ink battleship. Even though it looked like a casual blow, it still sent chills down the humans' backs. This was an attack from a royal lord. However, the purifying black ink battleship's momentum did not decrease. Yang Kai stood on the deck, looking ahead at the royal lord blocking their path before bowing towards the void, shouting, "Old ancestor, please." At those words, a cross-legged figure suddenly appeared. As Yang Kai had just retrieved it from Azure Void Pass, Old Ancestor's corpse was still unmoving, his aura completely absent, as though he was in a deep slumber. However, stimulated by the Royal Lord's aura, Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor, who had already departed for the Yellow Springs, suddenly opened his eyes. In an instant, the void thundered. The Royal Lord in front of them was taken aback. He never imagined he would be ambushed by an old ancestor here, so before he could withdraw his palm, the Azure Void Pass Old Ancestor lifted his finger and shattered the approaching palm strike. The Royal Lord let out a roar of rage. As he withdrew his hand, quickly discovering a bloody hole at the center of his palm where black blood spilled out. Yang Kai was shocked at what he saw. Even though he had collected the body of the old ancestor just as the old ox had told him to back in Azure Void Pass, and summoned it in a time of need to deal with a powerful enemy, Yang Kai was not sure how much power a dead old ancestor could actually exert. But now it seemed that even in death, the power of an old ancestor was still unfathomable. Catching the enemy off guard was a big reason behind the old ancestor's ability to harm the Royal Lord in a single attack, but it was also a reflection of the old ancestor's profound strength. The remnant army was still rapidly approaching the no-return pass, and the sudden appearance of an old ancestor made the Royal Lord very wary, forcing him to withdraw. The old ancestor turned his head and looked around as if to judge the situation. After quickly familiarizing himself with the battlefield, he sighed, "Even the no-return pass has been lost." Yang Kai lowered his head, looking ashamed. Many had given their lives to stop the Black Ink clan, including numerous old ancestors, but the final bulwark of the human race, the no-return pass, had still been lost. Even though Yang Kai did not participate in the war at the no-return pass, all humans shared honor and disgrace in this war. "Where is my ox?" The old ancestor then turned to look at Yang Kai, asking in a surprisingly cheerful tone. Yang Kai hurriedly brought out the ox monster with its broken horns. The ox monster also had its eyes tightly shut without any aura emanating from its body. The old ancestor stroked the head of the ox as if it were his own child and spoke warmly, "Wake up, little one. Come run with me one final time." The ox monster's eyes suddenly opened, and its powerful aura quickly revived. It shook its head at the old ancestor in displeasure. "We're already dead and you're still worrying about this? Are you not tired, old man?" The old ancestor chuckled. "It can't be helped. I'm an old ancestor after all. I inevitably carry heavier burdens on me." Saying so, he got onto the back of the ox and looked down at Yang Kai next to him, nodding lightly. Saying nothing more, he slapped the ox's rump and pointed forward, shouting, "Kill." It was a childish gesture that would normally make one want to laugh. However, not a single one of the 1,500 soldiers aboard the purifying black ink battleship found this scene the slightest bit amusing. Yang Kai's eyes filled with tears as he bowed deeply. "Farewell, old ancestor. Farewell, old ancestor." The soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the world. In the distant past, a young child rode on the back of a black bovine, riding freely through the mountains, fantasizing about fighting and killing enemies that did not exist, dreaming of establishing himself as someone great after growing up, getting married, and having children. At that time, an old man with an immortal temperament suddenly descended from the heavens and looked upon the child with a smile. "Call me honored master, and I shall pass on a supreme technique to you." The boy asked, "Can I become rich if I call you honored master?" The old man said, "You can." The boy then asked, "Can I get women if I call you honored master?" The old man nodded again, "You can." And so, the boy got down and bowed with respect, calling him honored master. The old man laughed and took the boy and the ox away. That year was so long ago that it was impossible to trace back. Kill. Aboard the purifying black ink battleship, Yang Kai's face twisted as he roared. The arrays thrummed as they fired with even greater intensity than before. A violent wave of power stirred in the surrounding void as the old ancestor engaged the royal lord in battle. This sudden change of events was a surprise to all of the black ink clansmen. Nobody had expected an old ancestor to suddenly appear at this time. When they saw the remnant army getting closer and closer to the Noreturn Pass, the territory lords staying behind to defend the Noreturn Pass could no longer stand by. Several territory lords stayed behind to defend the pass, while the remaining ones rushed out with their armies. In an instant, the remnant army fell into an absolute disadvantage, both in terms of numbers and strength. The only thing the remnant army could rely on now was the might of their warships. However, with the territory lords here to obstruct and harass them, it was difficult for the remnant army to advance. If they could not break through this siege, they would be trapped here and eventually annihilated. There were warships constantly being stripped from the formation by powerful attacks. Those warships without exception exploded, resulting in all the soldiers aboard dying. Seeing that they were reaching a critical situation, Yang Kai ground his teeth and soared out of the purifying black ink battleship. His fierce aura all but materialized as he enveloped all of the territory lords in it. A soul-rending thorn was silently released, striking one of the territory lords. In the moment of disorientation that followed, Yang Kai blasted the territory lord with his golden crow cast the sun, vaporizing him. "Who dares block my way?" Yang Kai's face grimaced fiercely, and when he raised his spear and pointed it at them, the territory lords who appeared to stop them were all struck with terror. Martial Peak, Chapter 54-51. Nyo will stop them. Dizzy and bleary-eyed, Yang Kai was seeing stars but still gave off an aggressive air, for he knew that if he were to show even the slightest sign of weakness, then the remnant army would surely be wiped out today. He had no choice but to use a fourth soul-rending thorn, which was really his limit. Even with the soul-warming lotus, he could not use another soul-rending thorn. Fortunately, the territory lords were so frightened they could not see through the strong front that he put up. The might of this Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master had seeped deep into their hearts. In the opening moments of the battle, he was able to cut down 3 territory lords alone, then 2 more with an astonishingly powerful attack, and just now he had slaughtered another with 1 blow. Not a single one of them was able to see how he was doing this. The territory lords were hesitant, but the remnant army was not. With this display of intimidation from Yang Kai, the struggling remnant army finally found the opportunity they were looking for and broke through the Black Ink clan army, forcing them back. The lights shooting out from the purifying Black Ink battleship and the surviving warships never ceased as they charged ahead. Within that short period, all of the human soldiers gave it their all. When a warship exploded, the unprotected soldiers would give their lives to kill the nearby enemies. Even if they had to die, they would do so honorably. However, the gap in real fighting strength between the two forces could not be closed so easily. Without mentioning the Black Ink clan army of over 1 million soldiers, Just the remaining territory lords overseeing the pass still numbered nearly 20. Yang Kai was able to cut down 3 of the first 10 territory lords who came at them with the help of the soul-rending thorns, and another 2 with his sun and moon divine wheel, which left 5 more from the first wave. However, before the remnant army could catch its breath, the royal lord had personally made a move, while another 6 territory lords rushed over as reinforcements. One had to know that these were all innate territory lords who were nearly as powerful as Che Kong. Excluding the territory lord that Yang Kai killed just now, there were still a full 10 territory lords engaging the remnant army, whereas the remnant army only had 4 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even with Ouyang Lai and the others taking on 2 enemies at once, they were stretched to the breaking point. The decline of the remnant army's momentum was evident in the eyes of the Black Ink clan, while the deterrent effect from Yang Kai's move earlier also quickly faded. The more the remnant army advanced, the more difficult their situation became. There were constantly Black Ink clansmen rushing over to surround them from all directions, while the territory lords did not rush unless they were caught off guard by Yang Kai and killed. Instead, they hid behind their armies and relied on their subordinates to wear down the humans, occasionally sending out secret techniques to blow apart vulnerable human warships. Yang Kai's eyes were bloodshot with rage. He would want nothing more than to cut down all of the territory lords before him with his spear, but his head was throbbing, as if it was going to tear open. It was impossible to do anything against the remaining territory lords hiding at the back. Yang Kai also did not dare to leave the battleship recklessly, for if he did, the territory lords would surely come to attack, and the purifying Black Ink battleship might not be able to withstand it. The remnant army's pace became slower and slower, as if they had fallen into a quagmire. Finally, less than 100,000 kilometers away from the Noritern Pass, the remnant army was completely surrounded by the Black Ink clan. When they looked at the territory gate that seemed so close, everyone felt despair in their hearts. They just had to pass through that portal, and they would be able to return to the 3,000 worlds. Even though they had no idea what the situation there was like, it was still their homeland. However, this short distance seemed like an entire universe away at this moment. Nobody was disheartened by this reality, for when they decided to attack the Noritern Pass, they all anticipated that this would happen, including Yang Kai. It was just that even including him, the soldiers subconsciously held onto a faint glimmer of hope and expectation. More than anything else, they didn't want to live hiding like rats on the Black Ink battlefield, constantly being hunted down by the Black Ink clan. They would rather die in battle than waste away their lives in this forsaken place. Kill. When their hope of returning home was shattered, the humans suddenly became calm, as if they had completely let go of something. Shouts rang out across the void as killing intent rose like a tide. The remnant army, which was encircled by the Black Ink clan army and could barely move, suddenly burst out with astonishing power. The lights from many secret techniques and artifacts shot in all directions. In that instant, it was not known how many arrays and artifacts dulled and were destroyed due to the sheer overload of world force pumped into them. The 7th Order Masters emerged from the warships that protected them and summoned their artifacts for battle. The 4 symbols formation with the purifying Black Ink battleship at its core rapidly fractured as more and more warships were being blown apart. The remnant army's sudden outburst was difficult for even the Black Ink clan army to withstand, and in just a short dozen breaths of time, it was not known how many of them fell. Even a territory lord was severely injured under Ouyang Lai's life-forsaking battle style and was forced to retreat. This was the last struggle of the remnant army. Yang Kai had also let go of his shackles. Since he was destined to die here, then he might as well kill freely before he did. However, before he could leave the purifying Black Ink battleship, he heard the bellow of an ox from the void. There was a disturbance among the Black Ink clan army surrounding the remnant army. Countless auras vanished all at once, and Yang Kai turned his head only to see an enormous black bovine charging through the Black Ink clan's lines, monster chi turbulently erupting from his figure. Under its hooves, countless Black Ink clansmen were reduced to minced meat. As it lowered its head and charged over, nothing could obstruct its path. Even a territory lord was sent flying after being rammed, blood spraying out as he tumbled through the void. "Boys, keep up. The ox monster spoke as it dashed past the remnant army, breaking open the path ahead. Everyone felt their spirits soar, and the soldiers in charge of piloting the warships quickly spurred them off to follow the ox monster's lead. On orders from the territory lords, the Black Ink clan soldiers all came forth to stop the ox monster when they saw it approaching, releasing one secret technique after another, flaying open its skin and flesh. However, no blood spilled out. It had died long ago, and only through the profound methods of the Azure Void Old Ancestor was it able to fight on even after death, so why would it have to fear being injured now? When a territory lord saw this, he tried to block it but was sent flying by the ox monster's broken horns. When the other territory lords saw this, they no longer dared to act rashly. Yangkai had also just realized how strong this ox monster actually was. Even though he had seen it twice in the past, it was just grazing leisurely in the green hills and blue rivers like an ordinary bull. But now, it seemed that this ox monster was as strong as a peak 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, perhaps even stronger. 100,000 kilometers was crossed in the blink of an eye, and very soon, the remnant army was right in front of the territory gate. Right behind them was the pursuing Black Ink clan army. In a flash, the ox monster arrived behind the remnant army and shook its head. Go! Nyo will stop them. Its huge body became a shield, protecting the remnant army like a great mountain. Countless attacks landed on its body in that instant, causing it to shake from the impact. Yang Kai's eyes reddened as he somehow maintained the four symbols formation and led the remnant army towards the portal. The territory gate at the no-return pass originally wasn't very large. Last time Yang Kai saw it, it was even smaller than a normal territory gate. The Black Ink clan had torn apart the portal by some unknown means since occupying this place so it could facilitate the invasion of their army. The purifying Black Ink battleship was not small, but it was still tiny compared to the current territory gate. However, just as the purifying Black Ink battleship was about to pass through, the exalted roar of a dragon suddenly rang out from within the no-return pass. Startled, Yang Kai looked down and his pupils shrank. Above the square where the dragon pool was opened back then was a dense black ink cloud, and within it, the form of an ancient dragon could faintly be seen. Ji Lao-san. Yang Kai was extremely shocked, for he never expected to see Ji Lao-san here. And, from the looks of things, Ji Lao-san had been captured by the Black Ink clan, but they did not kill him. Instead, they confined him here and enveloped him in a black ink cloud. Yang Kai had no idea what sort of wicked plans the Black Ink clan had for him, but from what he saw, it seemed like they were trying to corrupt Ji Lao-san. However, they didn't seem to be having much luck. Divine spirits had some level of immunity towards Black Ink strength thanks to their powerful bloodlines. According to the information that Yang Kai received from Tsong, supplemented by his own speculations, the burning light and serene glimmer were inextricably linked to the primordial light, and the primordial light was capable of completely nullifying the existence of Mo. Purifying light, which was created by fusing the powers bestowed by the burning light and serene glimmer, could completely purify and dispel Black Ink strength. These two were the original ancestors of the divine spirits, and so the divine spirits had naturally inherited some of that power. As the leaders of the divine spirits, the immunity possessed by the Dragon Clan from their dragon veins was particularly evident towards Black Ink strength. This was something that Yang Kai could feel even without the World Tree Clone, but with the World Tree Clone to protect his small universe, Yang Kai had never felt bothered by Black Ink strength. Ji Lao-san was not particularly strong among the Dragon Clan. During his previous dragon pool cultivation, he had advanced from being a grand dragon to an ancient dragon, but his dragon form was still only 55,000 meters long, noticeably smaller than Yang Kai's 70,000 meters. However, he was still an ancient dragon. In terms of order, he was equivalent to an 8th Order human master. Yang Kai had no idea how Ji Lao-san ended up being captured alive by the Black Ink clan, but he had apparently sensed something unusual occurring in the no-return pass and let out a roar. However, Yang Kai was powerless to help at this moment. If it were any other time, he may have been able to save Ji Lao-san, but the Black Ink clan army was currently in pursuit of them while the territory gate was right in front of their eyes. Yang Kai couldn't abandon the remnant army, so he could only turn around and pretend to have seen nothing. In the next instant, the remnant army rushed through the portal. With a twist of its rump, the black bovine put itself directly in front of the portal with its body, its loud moo shaking the heavens. No matter how the Black Ink clan lay their attacks on it, it refused to budge. On the other side, the void spun as the remnant army suddenly appeared in an empty great territory. After being disoriented for a moment, everyone was on alert again. Though they had made it past the no-return pass, nobody dared to relax. That was because they knew that the crisis was far from over. Breaking through the no-return pass was just the beginning. Over the past few days, Yang Kai and the others had been guessing what the situation beyond the no-return pass would be and trying to figure out how they should deal with whatever they were going to encounter. Now that the Black Ink clan had taken over the no-return pass, it was inevitable that they would assemble their troops and try to establish a forward position beyond the territory gate. So if they really managed to rush through, then the worst-case scenario they could encounter would be plunging headlong into an endless horde of Black Ink clansmen. If that were to happen, then there would be no possible way for the remnant army to survive. Right now, everyone could only carry the idea of killing one to break even and killing two to gain a profit, intent on fighting the Black Ink clan to death. Yang Kai may be able to escape, but there was no hope for the rest. However, according to Ouyang Lai, that situation was unlikely. It wasn't that their predecessors from the Cave Heaven and Paradises never contemplated what would happen if the no-return pass was to be breached by the Black Ink clan. So countermeasures had naturally been put in place long ago. Marshall Peak, Chapter 54-52, Second Battlefield. The current Black Ink battlefield was created from the many great territories occupied by Mo in the early ancient era, and was also carved out by the hands of Tsong and the other masters of that time. The purpose was to prevent Black Ink strength from encroaching onto other great territories. The Black Ink battlefield and the 3,000 worlds were now connected by only a single territory gate, so as long as that gate was well guarded, the human race would be able to seal off Black Ink strength in the Black Ink battlefield. However, this was not a foolproof solution. Mo was such a bizarre and powerful existence that the ancestors of the human race, after the era of Tsong and the other martial ancestors, wondered on more than one occasion what would happen if the territory gate connecting the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield were to be broken through by the Black Ink clan. If they were unprepared, then the Black Ink clan would be able to charge straight into the 3,000 worlds and quickly build up their strength by ravaging one thriving great territory after another. When that time came, the mighty force of the Black Ink clan would surely snowball in strength until the human race could no longer stop them. So, in order to deal with this possibility, their ancient ancestors completely cleared out the great territory that the Black Ink battlefield was connected to. Thus, the great territory was named the Barren Territory. If the Black Ink battlefield was the first battlefield between the human race and the Black Ink clan, then the Barren Territory would be the second battlefield as imagined by the ancient ancestors. In other words, there was, in actual fact, more than one strategic point between the 3,000 worlds and the Black Ink battlefield. Besides the no-return pass, there was the Barren Territory. The Barren Territory was where one ended up after passing through the territory gate. There were originally several territory gates connecting to many other great territories from the Barren Territory, but as it could hypothetically become the second battlefield, then it was naturally better not to leave too many territory gates behind. The ancient ancestors destroyed or sealed most of the territory gates while leaving only a single one intact, and the great territory that gate connected to was the Shattered Heaven. Yang Kai only learned about this from Ouyang Lai and the others when they were planning their attack on the no-return pass. After all, he didn't enter the Black Ink battlefield through the usual route. Yang Kai had followed a void corridor from Black Territory to the Blue Sky Theater back then. Any cultivator entering the Black Ink battlefield would have to first transit through the Shattered Heaven and the Barren Territory before arriving at the no-return pass, so it was natural that one would learn of these secrets then. Now that the no-return pass had been breached, the humans had to defend the Barren Territory no matter the cost, so they naturally made many arrangements in this place to set up an ambush for the Black Ink clan. This great territory was very different from all others because every great territory had, more or less, their own universe worlds, which gave the void vitality and life. However, there was nothing in the barren territory. It was as empty as its name implied. That was because they had to prevent the Black Ink clan from harvesting resources and creating even more clansmen, which led the ancient ancestors to destroy or remove all of the universe worlds in this great territory when they were setting up the barren territory. The only things that existed here were fortifications that the human race had built up over countless years. There existed in this place a defense line even more extensive than that of any great pass on the Black Ink battlefield. That was why Young guessed that while the no-return pass breach may have come as a result of the Black Ink clan's power, it was also possible that the humans had given up the pass voluntarily. After all, after evacuating and withdrawing from outside of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, if the humans fell back to the barren territory, they would be in a better position to engage the Black Ink clan there with the arrangements they had made beforehand. It was because of such speculation that Young believed that it was unlikely that the remnant army would end up surrounded by the Black Ink clan army if they were to pass through the no-return pass. Here in the barren territory, it was more likely they would find the humans and Black Ink clan engaged in a fierce war, and if that was the case, then the remnant army would have a hope of rejoining the human army. Now that the remnant army had broken through the no-return pass and arrived at the barren territory, the first thing Yang Kai did was check for movement in all directions. What he saw allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. The worst had not yet happened. However, this situation was not ideal either. As they expected, both the human race and Black Ink clan were engaged in a brutal battle in the barren territory. There were fights taking place practically everywhere in the vast expanse of the void, with human warships flying everywhere, either chasing Black Ink clansmen or being chased by them. There were also violent aftershocks from great clashes radiating out from each direction. One particular set of shockwaves had even surpassed the level of a battle between the old ancestors and royal lords. Yang Kai turned his head over instinctually and was taken aback by what he saw. There, in the far distance, two enormous figures were clashing with each other. Their movements looked clumsy, with each of them exchanging punches and kicks in a juvenile manner, like two small children randomly flailing at each other, but each of these attacks carried heaven-destroying, earth-shattering might. Even a fully intact universe world would not be able to withstand a single blow from such a clash. It was the fight between two giant spirit gods. One of them was the one that Yang Kai saw at the late ancient era battlefield. Currently, his body was enveloped in Black Ink strength, covering his figure in a dark color. The other giant spirit god was different, however. He had a tuft of black hair atop his head which looked rather comical. Air. It was the same Air that carried Yang Kai into the chaotic dead territory. Yang Kai had a deep impression of the tuft of black hair on his head. Ada's head was completely bald with nothing on it, but Air had a very conspicuous characteristic that allowed Yang Kai to recognize him at a glance. Air was here, fighting against the Black Ink giant spirit god. Giant spirit gods were an ancient and extremely rare race, while the Black Ink giant spirit god was a creation of Mo, designed based on the giant spirit gods and not truly one of their kind. These two were, in fact, very different beings. However, even if it was not a real giant spirit god, the Black Ink giant spirit god's power was not lacking in comparison to Air. It was not known how long these two behemoths had been fighting for, but they kept on exchanging blows without rest, leaving each other bruised and battered. Neither the humans nor the Black Ink clan dared to even approach their battlefield. Since Air is here, what about Ada? Yang Kai looked around, but there was no sign of Ada, so he could not ascertain whether he was here or not. However, he did see the remains of another Black Ink giant spirit god. This Black Ink giant spirit god had come out from the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, but with the hidden hand left behind by Mu, Song had forcibly closed the primordial heaven's source grand restriction, cutting off its body before it could fully emerge, so it was easily identifiable. At this moment, it was not known how the Black Ink giant spirit god had been cut apart, but only half of its body, which was originally already lacking parts, remained. Yang Kai calmed down. The strongest forces on the Black Ink clan side were undoubtedly the two Black Ink giant spirit gods, and the no-return pass collapse definitely had something to do with them. Now that one of them had been cut down, and the other was being dealt with by air, the pressure on the human race was greatly reduced. Apart from the battlefield of the two giant spirit gods, Yang Kai also saw dragons and phoenixes soaring through the void. There were also other divine spirits of all shapes and sizes in their true forms, fighting bloody battles in every direction. Yang Kai did not have time to keep observing the situation, though, as there were already gazes locked onto him from all directions. The sudden emergence of the remnant army from the no-return pass naturally attracted attention, especially from the Black Ink clansmen nearby who rushed over in droves. They were surprised, but they had no time to think about what had happened at the no-return pass. There was one source of headache for the remnant army, however, and that was the presence of a royal lord. The royal lord overseeing the no-return pass had the fallen Azure Void Pass old ancestor to stop him, but nobody was here to block this one. When he saw the royal lord approaching, Yang Kai made a quick decision to lead the remnant army off in a different direction. However, their attack on the no-return pass had not been easy, resulting in many warships, arrays, and artifacts being heavily damaged. So, with their speed greatly reduced, how were they supposed to outrun a royal lord? From a distance, the royal lord used his black ink strength to create a black ink cloud that enveloped the remnant army. He did not kill them yet, though. He wanted to capture a few of them alive to ask about the situation at the no-return pass. However, even though he was only making a casual blow, with the state of the current remnant army, many would surely be injured or killed. Almost half of the 5,000-strong remnant army were lost during the attack on the no-return pass, so they now number slightly less than 3,000. If they were to fight a royal lord here, they would surely lose several hundreds more. At the critical moment, a young man in white robes suddenly appeared above the remnant army. Nobody knew how he arrived there, as it was almost like he had been standing there the whole time. Faced with the approaching black ink cloud, the young man's body flickered before he suddenly transformed into a 100,000-meter-long dragon. Intense dragon pressure filled the void. The dragon had a flawless snow-white body, which made for a bright and dazzling sight on this chaotic battlefield. Yang Kai raised his brows as he recognized who this dragon was. Fu Guang. It was the ancient dragon that he saw at the bottom of the dragon pool. Before Yang Kai entered the dragon pool, Fu Guang had been in retreat inside the dragon pool for 5,000 years in order to break through to become a divine dragon. The strength division of the dragon clan was simple. Once one reached 10,000 meters, they were a grand dragon, 50,000 meters, an ancient dragon, and 100,000 meters, a divine dragon. And the most powerful among divine dragons was the Dragon Emperor. Not all divine dragons were dragon emperors, but every dragon emperor was an extremely powerful divine dragon of their generation. In the dragon pool, Yang Kai helped Fu Guang with his great sun and moon marks, which resulted in immense gains for both of them. Now, it seems like the latter had successfully advanced to become a divine dragon. Yang Kai never thought that Fu Guang would suddenly come to their rescue at such a crucial moment. In fact, Fu Guang had been hiding on the battlefield, waiting for an opportunity to kill one or two royal lords. After becoming a divine dragon, Fu Guang had become significantly stronger than an ordinary royal lord. So if he was able to catch one by surprise, he might actually succeed in killing them. Only, the sudden appearance of the remnant army disrupted Fu Guang's plans, so he had no choice but to reveal himself. After assuming his dragon form, Fu Guang charged straight towards the royal lord, which shocked the latter. He had suffered a loss at Fu Guang's claws before and knew just how powerful this white divine dragon was. Simply put, in a one-on-one fight, he was not Fu Guang's opponent. So, how would he still be in any mood to pick a fight with the remnant army? He immediately turned around and fled. Fu Guang naturally gave chase, and using a number of Dragon Clan's secret techniques, he was able to beat the royal lord into a miserable mess. The fight lasted only a few moments before another royal lord charged over and joined hands with his companion to resist Fu Guang. Still, the white divine dragon was undaunted. Opening his mouth, a river suddenly burst forth. Caught off guard, the two royal lords were swept into this river, their bodies instantly freezing. Fu Guang also dove in and fought the two royal lords inside the river, gaining the upper hand even against two enemies. One could tell from this display alone that the power of a divine dragon was far greater than an ordinary Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. An ordinary old ancestor would not be able to gain the advantage against two royal lords. If it were a one-on-one fight, then Fu Guang might have the opportunity to cut down a royal lord. But that was basically impossible if he had to deal with two of them. He knew that, in this fight, he would only be able to deal damage to the enemy, so his attacks grew less calculated and more ruthless. Even if he could not kill a royal lord, he intended to beat these two half to death. Martial Peak, Chapter 54-53, Compensate. With Fu Guang's help, the remnant army led by Yang Kai escaped its immediate crisis. A large human army in the distance also noticed the commotion and was quickly making their way over to support them. With a thought, Yang Kai sent a transmission to Ouyang Lai and the others. "I'll leave the rest to you." Ouyang Lai, who was bringing up the rear, was startled and quickly asked, "What are you going to do?" However, Yang Kai was no longer aboard the purifying black ink battleship when he looked over. Apparently, he had disappeared as soon as he left those words. Ouyang Lai frowned slightly. He could vaguely guess what it was Yang Kai planned to do. He was a little worried about it, but there was no point in fretting now. Yang Kai had already run off, and he could not stop him either. Helpless, he had no choice but to hurry over to assume command of the purifying black ink battleship in Yang Kai's place, continuing to lead the remnant army towards the approaching human army. After killing several black ink clansmen who were blocking the way, the two human armies met and the Eighth Order masters in charge communicated with each other through their divine senses. The Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master was both surprised and delighted to hear of Ouyang Lai's retelling of the remnant army's origins. Everyone knew that there were survivors still trapped on the black ink battlefield, but they couldn't rescue those remnant soldiers. They never thought that these ragtag soldiers they believed were destined to perish under siege by the Black Ink clan would actually be able to break through the no-return pass. Only now could the remnant army be considered safe, unlike the precarious situation they were facing before. Looking back, Ouyang Lai did not see any sign of Yang Kai, but he knew he must have headed back towards the territory gate. At the same time, on another battlefield far away in the barren territory, several women were positioned in a battle formation, their graceful bodies shuttling back and forth like a spinning whirlwind, a seemingly uncountable number of Black Ink clansmen perishing at their hands as they continued charging forward. Their strength wasn't particularly impressive, all of them only being in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. However, after spending countless years together, they had created a tacit bond with each other and were also imparted a profound formation from a senior expert, allowing them to even resist territory lords if they combined strength. One white-robed woman among them wielded a crystal sword, her own temperament cool like ice itself. Suddenly, she raised her hand, holding her chest as she looked in a certain direction. "Elder sister, what happened?" asked a woman in green robes anxiously, thinking that the white-robed woman was injured. "Husband," the white-robed woman muttered softly. In that instant, she got a feeling she had not felt in a very long time. It had been more than 1,000 years since she felt it, but it pulled at her heart just as before. Though her voice was soft, the contents of her muttering cracked like the sound of thunder in their ears. All the women looked shocked, and the beautiful eyes of one whose enchanting body was covered in demon chi lit up at the sound of it. Which direction? The white-robed woman immediately pointed to the depths of the void. "Let's go." As the demonic woman's voice sounded, she led the others off. She served as the formation core of their battle formation, so as soon as she moved, everyone followed along with her. All of their hearts were burning with anticipation and anxiety. The unnatural movement on their side immediately caught the attention of a certain person. That person moved over to block the women's path, frowning. "What are you doing? It's dangerous over there." Each group had its own region to defend, so if they left and were unable to obtain reinforcements, then there was a high possibility of them falling into the danger of being encircled by the Black Ink clan army. The demonic woman in the lead gave this person who was blocking their way a deep look before not sparing her any semblance of respect as she gritted her teeth and shouted, "He has returned?" "Who?" the person blocking the way asked with a frown. Then, as if realizing something, Her spirits were roused. Yang Kai has returned?
Yes.
The demonic woman responded. The person blocking their path was both shocked and delighted. How did you find out? Even she had no idea of the full situation on this chaotic battlefield. So how did these women obtain such shocking news? What was more, she and the other old ancestors had already speculated that Yang Kai had fallen. After all, there was no word from him for over 500 years after he was pursued by the powerful royal lord. So how could he have survived? It was only after returning to the barren territory and obtaining some information from the members of Voidland that they concluded that Yang Kai was actually still alive. Only, nobody knew where he was. The demonic woman had no patience to explain. However, she knew that she had no choice but to do so at this moment. He and Su Yin have cultivated a profound dual cultivation art for many years, so they have formed a connection between their souls. It allows them to sense each other as long as they are not too far away. The person blocking the way immediately turned towards the white-robed woman and asked, "You felt his presence?" Su Yin nodded and pointed in a certain direction, but just as she was about to speak, she suddenly frowned. "He's gone again?" The demonic woman was furious and ground her teeth at the person who was blocking their way. "If it turns out you made us lose our man again, you must compensate us." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had heard similar words many times over the past few centuries, despite her being a powerful Ninth Order old ancestor. She had spent countless years overseeing the Black Ink battlefield, rendering meritorious service. All of her juniors and subordinates always treated her with the utmost respect, but this woman from the demon race showed no such inclination. When she learned that Yang Kai had been serving under her all this while for so many years but ended up missing, she made a huge uproar about making her compensate for this. But what kind of compensation could she possibly offer? She did not even have the slightest idea where Yang Kai was. The battle on the barren territory was currently raging. The human soldiers from the Great Passes had suffered heavy casualties, so, after retreating to the barren territory, they had a discussion with the Cave Heavens and Paradises and decided to recruit soldiers from the second-class forces to form a new army to bolster their ranks. There were countless second-class forces in the 3,000 worlds, and there were many masters among these great forces who were in the 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven realm. All of them were qualified to join the battle against the Black Ink clan. In the past, these second-class forces were kept from this war because the Cave Heavens and Paradises were there to oversee the Black Ink battlefield. Now that the Black Ink battlefield had been lost to the enemy, the barren territory had become their last line of defense. If they failed to defend even here, then the 3,000 worlds were doomed. Facing such a crisis, the Cave Heavens and Paradises had to abandon their old conventions. Voidland was also considered a second-class great force, so naturally, it was unavoidable that some of them would be conscripted. With her connection to Yang Kai, old ancestor Xiao Xiao took command of Voidland's Open Heaven Realm Masters, intending to shelter them as best she could. Yet, she never expected that this wife of Yang Kai's would be so bold. Even more difficult for old ancestor Xiao Xiao to understand was how much of a womanizer that little bastard actually was. To have attracted so many women to his side, yet all of them were so attached to him, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was stupefied, but more so, impressed. To be honest, when old ancestor Xiao Xiao found out that Yang Kai's wives, plural, were coming to the barren territory to join the fight, she was quite surprised. Without thinking much of it, she immediately took the reinforcements sent from Voidland under her wing. However, when these alluring women came to report to her, old ancestor Xiao Xiao was flabbergasted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were a total of 9 women. Human, demon, monster, divine spirits. A variety of races were included among them. That brat, he is truly uninhibited. How was he able to bear such a load? But what made old ancestor Xiao Xiao even more speechless was the fact that apart from the 9 wives who had already married him officially, there seemed to be a good many women still back in Voidland who shared an ambiguous relationship with him. At first, old ancestor thought that there must have been a mistake, but upon closer questioning, she realized that there was no mistake at all. She suddenly felt as if her understanding of Yongkai was lacking. That brat gave the impression of an upstanding and earnest man all those years on the black ink battlefield. She had never seen any semblance of such philandering from him. Even Feng Ying and Bai Yi, two women of exceptional beauty and strength, who were in his squad, were only regular comrades to him. Old ancestor Xiao Xiao could not help but criticize him inwardly. Sure enough, one cannot judge a book by its cover. If one were to peel back that bastard's prim and proper skin, then one would surely find a flowery bunch of innards inside. Compensate us. The demonic woman was still shouting, while the other women wore indignant expressions on their faces. Helpless, old ancestor Xiao Xiao turned her head and looked in that direction. After some thought, she turned to ask Su Yin, "Could there be any mistake with your senses?" Su Yin replied coldly, "I have never been mistaken." In that case, what would the sudden loss of that sensation imply? Old ancestor Xiao Xiao then asked. Su Yin explained, "He has either died or left the range of our connection. I cannot sense him across great territories or over extremely large distances. However, my cultivation is now far higher than it was before. As long as he remains in the barren territory, I should be able to sense him." Old ancestor Xiao Xiao nodded. That direction is where the territory gate is located. He must have fought his way here from the black ink battlefield. Since you lost the connection, then he must have gone back. I will go and check it out. None of you are allowed to make any rash moves while I am gone. Saying so, she dashed off in that direction. The women were left to look at each other, not knowing what to do. Shui Yu looked at Yu Ru Ming, "Elder sister, what should we do?" Yu Ru Ming's face was gloomy for a while before she grit her teeth and shouted, "We wait." Just now, she had been too agitated and was about to lead her sisters over in the heat of the moment. But even though they were no longer as weak as they were in the past, it was still not wise for them to run around on such a chaotic battlefield. All these years, they never knew what happened to Yang Kai until the human race army retreated to the barren territory. Only then did they hear about Yang Kai from some of the soldiers who fought alongside him. All of them were heartbroken and wished for nothing more than to fight side by side with their husband. Now that their husband had finally returned, as the eldest sister, Yu Ru Ming would not be able to explain to Yang Kai if anything were to happen to any of them. Even though she wanted to rush over to see what the situation was herself, she had no choice but to resist that urge. Clenching her fists, she led the others towards a group of black ink clansmen, venting their endless rage on them. The black ink clansmen that they fought were filled with grievances, wondering just what had come over these mad women for them to act so viciously. On the other side, old ancestor Xiao Xiao transformed into a stream of light that swept across half of the battlefield, heading straight for the territory gate. Her ostentatiousness naturally attracted the attention of many royal lords. Neither the old ancestors nor the royal lords would move casually on this battlefield, forming a kind of mutual restraint towards each other. A rash move from either side could precipitate a major battle. However, old ancestor Xiao Xiao couldn't care less about the bigger picture at this moment. Frankly, she blamed herself for losing Yang Kai, and she had been feeling guilty about it all these years. However, with so many soldiers dying on the battlefield, she had no way of protecting all of them even if she was in the Ninth Order Open Heaven realm. There was no helping it if there was no news of Yang Kai, but now that she had a solid lead, she naturally wanted to look into it. Before old ancestor Xiao Xiao could reach the territory gate though, royal lords swooped in to stop her. Naturally, the two of them promptly engaged in a shocking battle. Martial Peak, Chapter 54-54, Sealing the Gate. At that moment, Yang Kai had already passed through the territory gate. He did not encounter any obstacles along the way, both because he had used his space principles to merge with the void to hide his aura, making it difficult for the Black Ink Clan to notice him, and because the portal was being guarded very closely. The Black Ink Clan had already begun their attack on the barren territory. This was their battlefield against the human race, and as long as the human defense lines here were completely destroyed, they would be able to conquer the entire 3,000 worlds. When that time came, with the insidious nature of Black Ink strength, the Black Ink Clan's strength would snowball and grow to the point where the human race couldn't fight back. Therefore, It did not matter to them whether they guarded the territory gate or not. The humans would not think about capturing the portal since their goal was the same as the Black Ink clan. Only by fighting here could they be rid of them once and for all. As for capturing the territory gate, nobody had even thought about it since it was a senseless endeavor. As such, Yang Kai had no difficulty crossing the portal. When Su Yin sensed him, he had also sensed her and raised his head in a hurry, but he could not catch Su Yin in his sight. They were simply too far apart. It was surprising to him that Su Yin had also joined the fight. When he entered the Black Ink battlefield, Su Yin, Shanqing Luo, and Zhu Qing were still in the divine spirit ancestral land to cultivate. More than 1,000 years had passed since then. Since Su Yin was participating in the war, then the divine spirits of the divine spirit ancestral land must be participating as well. Yang Kai understood the crux of the matter instantly. It was no wonder he saw so many divine spirits on the battlefield just now. It was impossible to say that he was not worried. Even though it had been more than 1,000 years, he was still not sure to what extent Su Yin could grow in that period. What's more, on this chaotic battlefield, even 8th Order and 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters could fall. However, as things had already come to this point, worrying was pointless. The battle for the barren territory was one that concerned the entire 3,000 worlds. If the fight here was lost, then the 3,000 worlds would be doomed. After tossing aside the miscellaneous thoughts weighing his mind, Yang Kai tried to forcibly suppress the head-splitting pain from using 4 soul-rending thorns. If he wanted to recover from this, then he would likely have to wait for the soul-warming lotus to slowly mend his soul. When he stepped into the portal, Yang Kai's space principles flared, and the seemingly short distance between the endpoints of the territory gate seemed to stretch infinitely rather than send him back to the Black Ink battlefield immediately. Instead of fully going through, Yang Kai actually remained inside the portal. An ordinary person couldn't do this, as anyone who passed through a territory gate would definitely re-emerge in the Black Ink battlefield or the barren territory. However, Yang Kai was a master of the Tao of space and had already reached the level of summiting the peak. So, with a clever use of space principles, it was easy for him to stretch the space inside the portal. He was in no hurry to return to the no-return pass. Instead, he wanted to seal the territory gate completely, just like he did back then when he went from the Black Territory to the Black Ink battlefield. The barren territory was the second battlefield imagined by the ancient ancestors, and they had long emptied up that territory. In other words, it was simply impossible for the Black Ink clan to obtain any resources from the barren territory. Without resources, the Black Ink clan would not be able to breed new clansmen. The Black Ink clan was now completely dependent on the no-return pass for reinforcements and supplies. Tens of thousands of Black Ink clan teams were sent to harvest resources across the Black Ink battlefield and deliver them to the Black Ink nests, where new clansmen were bred. At this moment, all of the high-rank Black Ink nests were located in or around the no-return pass, even using the destroyed Great Passes as platforms. As such, as long as the territory gate connecting the Black Ink battlefield to the barren territory was closed, the flow of supplies and reinforcements to the Black Ink clan would be cut off. Without reinforcements, one more death on the battlefield would mean one less Black Ink clansman to deal with. Sooner or later, they would be wiped out by the human race. Even if all the Black Ink clansmen in the barren territory were wiped out, it would be difficult to say that the scourge of the Black Ink clan was completely dealt with, but at the very least, the 3,000 worlds could be kept safe, and the situation would basically return how it was to before the no-return pass was lost. With that logic in mind, Yang Kai knew he had to seal the territory gate connecting the no-return pass and the barren territory. No one else had the means to achieve this. Currently, the clan leader of the Phoenix clan may have the necessary skills to achieve this as well, but she was far too big of a target. As a master on par with the current Dragon clan leader, she was under constant watch by at least 2 royal lords, making it impossible for her to move as she pleased. As early on as when he decided to attack the no-return pass, Yang Kai had this idea in mind. Only, he never mentioned it to anyone. If the remnant army managed to break through the no-return pass, then it would be just as Yang Kai hoped, while if all seemed lost, he could still take the opportunity to rush towards the territory gate alone while the remnant army held off the Black Ink clan. Originally, Yang Kai planned to seal the territory gate as they passed through it. However, what he saw in the no-return pass made him change his mind slightly. Right now, the remnant army had already arrived at the barren territory, and a large human army had rendezvoused with them, temporarily putting them out of danger. Only now did Yang Kai turn back to the portal. As space principles fluctuated, the territory gate began to shrink and flicker. Yang Kai had done something similar more than 1,000 years ago, so he naturally had no difficulty now. As soon as the sealing process began, its visual manifestation in the barren territory began showing signs of distortion. The portal, which was originally a giant, churning tear in the void, now seemed as if an invisible force had smoothed out its chaotic lines. The speed of rotation gradually decreased, and the torn traces were rapidly healing over. At first, the Black Ink clan did not notice anything, but soon enough, they detected the abnormality of the territory gate. Even though they had no idea what this occurrence meant, they relied on the territory gate to provide support and reinforcements to their army, so they dared not be careless. At once, a royal lord went forward to investigate. What the Black Ink clan could notice, the humans naturally noticed as well. In particular, the Phoenix clan, who were proficient in the Tao of Space, could tell what the source of the portal's change was, and a loud phoenix cry was soon sent out in all directions. When the human masters learned that someone was sealing the territory gate, all of their spirits were lifted and they all rushed towards the location of the portal to stop the Black Ink clan from disturbing the process. The two armies immediately engaged in a brutal fight to the death around the territory gate, with masters from both sides falling frequently. Even the powerful divine spirits were not spared from the carnage. Inside of the territory gate, Yang Kai pushed his space principles to the limit. He knew that as soon as he made his move, the Black Ink clan would definitely notice, so he had to act quickly to avoid being stopped by them. Shuttling through the void from the barren territory to the Black Ink battlefield, Yang Kai not only sealed the corridor, he also filled the void around him with violent turbulence wherever he passed, adding to the blockage. This blockage was not permanent or foolproof by any means. If there existed a master as skillful as him in the Tao of Space, then the blocked territory gate could be reopened and the turbulence cleared out in short order. Only, there were no individuals among the Black Ink clan who were proficient in the Tao of Space. It did not matter even if they forced their way through, as they would just be swept up by the chaos and forced to aimlessly wander the void forever. In just a dozen breaths of time, the portal in the barren territory had become as smooth as a mirror, its manifestation disappearing completely. All the humans were shocked to see this. How could they not know that their side had succeeded? Some of the Black Ink clansmen were unconvinced and rushed towards where the portal was originally located. Yet there was no sign of them being transported at all. It was as if they were just traversing past ordinary space. This made all in the Black Ink clan's hearts sink. Being cut off from their rear support by the humans was going to be disastrous for them. They needed to act quickly. Otherwise, their troops would be eradicated, and they would have no chance of turning the tides anymore. Once Yang Kai blocked up the entire corridor and returned to the no-return pass, he immediately saw Nyo fighting against several territory lords. It had been less than a half cup of tea's time since Nyo stopped their pursuers, allowing Yang Kai to lead the remnant army to the barren territory and his subsequent return alone. In just a short half a cup of tea's time, Nyo had already been beaten beyond recognition. Countless pieces of his body were torn to shreds, and he was now practically a broken skeleton that barely managed to maintain its original shape. The ox monster was certainly very strong, but it was still no match for a dozen innate territory lords combined. In a few more moments, it would surely be torn completely to shreds. Yang Kai could not bear to watch this scene any longer, but he had no intention of helping either. Nyo was already dead and was now shining his final light. If he tried to help, he would only be throwing himself into a trap. The old ancestor of Azure Void Pass was the same. On another battlefield, the old ancestor stood alone, fighting against the royal lord there as well as several territory lords. It was clear that his energy was already close to being exhausted. After returning to the no-return pass again, Yang Kai raised his hand and summoned his Azure Dragon Spear before rushing straight to the central square. Nyo was about to give up resisting, But when he noticed Yang Kai's aura, he immediately became energized and moved to the sky, desperately distracting his opponents lest they cause trouble for Yang Kai instead. The old ancestor acted similarly. Even though they noticed that Yang Kai had come back, the territory lords were unable to extricate themselves from their current battles. They could only scream and shout for their subordinates to stop him. But how could such dregs stop Yang Kai, whose current strength was sufficient to easily kill an innate territory lord with just one soul-rending thorn? Even without a soul-rending thorn, he could similarly kill innate territory lords quickly while only paying a small price. The feudal lords were simply unable to block his way, and any who tried simply turned into broken corpses. After cutting through the Black Ink clan's army in a reign of terror, Yang Kai descended upon the square with great momentum. With just one sweep of his divine sense, he found the aura of Ji Lao San, who was heavily suppressed and imprisoned. Even with the power of a divine spirit to protect him, he was already showing signs of being corrupted after being in contact with Black Ink strength for who knows how long. Ji Lao San's dragon form was also locked in place firmly by a type of black chain. He no longer had much power to resist. Without hesitation, Yang Kai's body erupted in a golden light, and following a dragon roar, he instantly transformed into a 70,000-meter-long ancient dragon. He grabbed the black chains holding Ji Lao San down, and his dragon force burst out. Ji Lao San knew what Yang Kai was trying to do, and under their combined efforts, the chains were swiftly snapped. "Transform into your human form." Yang Kai roared at him. Ji Lao San reacted quickly and shrank down, assuming a human shape. Yang Kai grabbed him with his claws and with a swing of his giant body, wiped out the Black Ink clansmen around him. Amid a loud dragon roar, he disappeared towards the depths of the void without looking back. From the distance, a loud dragon roar resounded. "I've blocked the territory gate and cut off the supplies to the Black Ink clan on the other side. Victory will surely be ours." The Azure Void Pass old ancestor, who was fighting the royal lords silently and without rest, suddenly grinned at his words and shouted, "Good boy." In the next moment, his old flesh completely transformed into a sword light. Man and sword merged into one and slashed out at the royal lord, horrifying the latter. Martial Peak, Chapter 54-55, Erosion of Black Ink Strength. Yang Kai had already disappeared with Ji Lao San, so he was unable to see the glory of the old ancestor's final attack. Naturally, he also had no idea that the royal lord at the No-Return Pass had nearly been cut in half by this shocking move. As the sword light disappeared, so did the old ancestor. Only an everlasting sword intent remained behind, cleaving open countless cracks in the void. The slash also left a 3-meter-long gash through the front of the royal lord's chest where his flesh could be seen turning inside out, from which Black Ink strength constantly spurted. With a look of shock still on his face, the royal lord turned in Yang Kai's direction and shouted through gritted teeth, "Follow him." In the next instant, 8 territory lords soared towards the depths of the void in the direction Yang Kai escaped to. The royal lord's face was incredibly gloomy. Despite him personally overseeing this place, a small human army was still able to break through their blockade and pass through the No-Return Pass, which was a great shame to his name. But what made him feel even more indignant was the 8th Order Master from earlier. That human was too strong. In just this battle alone, that one 8th Order Master had cut down 6 territory lords. The royal lord made a move personally to exterminate this threat, but he did not expect a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to come out to hinder him at the critical moment. Worse yet, that 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master came back and rescued the dragon imprisoned by them in the No-Return Pass after so much difficulty, delivering another slap to his face. In a fit of rage, the royal lord's body flickered and appeared in front of Nyo, who had been beaten to pieces. With just a single punch, the still defiant ox monster was reduced to paste. "Wastes, all of you," the royal lord roared. Even with several territory lords uniting their strengths, they were held up by a literal dead thing until now, which made him extremely dissatisfied with their performances. The territory lords felt ashamed after being criticized, but they did not dare to retort. At this time, A feudal lord came forward to give a report. Sir Royal Lord, there's something unusual happening to the territory gate on this side. Please inspect it, sir. The royal lord's heart clenched at those words, and he turned back to look at the portal, a single glance being enough to send a chill down his spine. He hadn't noticed the changes in the territory gate before, but now that he looked over, he saw that the portal was gone. He quickly rushed over to try and pass through the gate, but it was useless. He tried a few more times, but it still did not work. Only then did he realize that the humans had somehow closed the territory gate leading to the 3,000 worlds by some unknown means. The royal lord became even more livid, and when the 8 territory lords who had gone to chase after Yang Kai returned empty-handed, his rage reached a peak. Yang Kai had escaped from the pursuit of a royal lord when he was only in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, so now that he was in the 8th Order, what could a few territory lords do even if they tried to catch him? His dragon form made him an extremely conspicuous target, so not long after leaving the No-Return Pass, Yang Kai returned to his human form and wrapped Ji Lao San with his power. With a few successive instantaneous movements, the pair left the territory lords, chasing them far behind. But Yang Kai did not stop immediately and instead continued escaping towards the depths of the void. It was not until half a month later that he found a barren universe world to settle down on and recuperate. While moving deeper into the universe world, Yang Kai opened up 2 shelters for them and told Ji Lao San, "Rest by yourself for now. I need to heal my wounds." Ji Lao San nodded with a complicated expression on his face, remaining silent. Yang Kai headed to his spot and sat down cross-legged before taking out a large handful of pills and stuffing them into his mouth. The injuries he suffered from this battle were not light, not to mention the damage he incurred to his soul from using 4 soul-rending thorns. As the one leading the remnant army, Yang Kai had stood at the vanguard, and so he was also the one who received the most pressure for the majority of the battle. In particular, the world force from his small universe was severely depleted, so he was in desperate need of time to properly recuperate. Right now, Yang Kai no longer had complete sets of cultivation materials on hand, so he could only rely on open heaven pills to restore himself. Fortunately, the time flow inside of his small universe was 7 times faster than that of the outside world, and the bustling vitality of the living beings in his small universe was also providing him with fresh world force every moment. That was why recovering was not a difficult task for him. After a month or so, Yang Kai had just about recovered all of his depleted energy. Other than the damage to his soul, which still required some more time to heal, he was generally fine. The wounds on his soul did not need him to sit in meditation to recover because he had the soul-warming lotus, which would automatically nourish and repair it. Yang Kai got up and went to where Ji Lao San was resting, and when he heard the noise, Ji Lao San, who was circulating his dragon force and recovering his energy, opened his eyes and got up. "Many thanks for this life-saving grace, Brother Yang." Looking at the spirited Yang Kai, Ji Lao San could not help but recall the scene from back then when Yang Kai had just arrived at the No-Return Pass all those years ago. At that time, he still looked down on this guy and would repeatedly seek trouble with him. Who would have thought that hundreds of years later, it would be this guy who would save his life? "I've troubled you this time, Brother Yang." Ji Lao San was no longer the haughty dragon from back then. Clearly, the shocking events at the No-Return Pass had allowed him to mature a lot. However, it was not only those events that made him change. Yang Kai was part of it too. Even though Yang Kai was a human who chanced upon a dragon source, allowing him to acquire a dragon vein, the source he possessed was actually from the 3rd-generation Dragon Emperor. This point alone made it so that no dragon would dare to underestimate him. Furthermore, the Dragon Clan's elders had intended for Yang Kai to record his name in the Dragon Tome back then at the No-Return Pass. The Dragon Tome was a sacred treasure to the Dragon Clan, which had existed since their founding. It could be said to be one of the Dragon Clan's most important possessions, on par with the Dragon Pool itself. There were countless dragonkin in the 3,000 worlds, but only true dragons who were recognized by the Dragon Clan had the qualifications to record their name in the Dragon Tome. Furthermore, Yang Kai was the first dragonkin to become a true dragon and gain this qualification since ancient times. The elders even promised to record his name with his own surname. If that truly were to happen, then a new lineage would be born in the Dragon Clan. Since the beginning of history, the feat of ancestral establishment was achieved by only 3 members of the Dragon Clan, resulting in the current Fu, Zhu, and Ji families. If Yang Kai had agreed at the time, then a new young bloodline would have been born in the Dragon Clan. However, due to the bloodline great oath from the ancient past, Yang Kai refused the kindness of the elders and chose not to record his name in the Dragon Tome, even though the benefits of doing so were not small. Even without recording one's name, Yang Kai had already become a pure-blood dragon after advancing to become an ancient dragon. It could be said that there was no difference between him and dragons like Ji Lao San, who were born and raised as dragons. In fact, thanks to his source, he was even more powerful. The dragons would not so much as spare a glance at the dragonkin of mixed bloodlines, but how could Ji Lao San act recklessly in front of his own kin? Not to mention, he just received Yang Kai's life-saving grace. Upon hearing Ji Lao San's words, Yang Kai knew that he had misunderstood him and tried to explain, "I didn't return to the no-return pass just for you, Brother Ji. The main reason was to seal the territory gate." Ji Lao San was stunned when he heard what Yang Kai said, but then he looked delightfully surprised in realization. The portal has been blocked? He had been confined this whole time and enveloped by a thick, black ink cloud, so he was completely oblivious to outside matters. Yang Kai nodded. "I came from the barren territory and blocked the portal using my secret technique. The Black Ink Clan should not even think about opening the portal again unless they have a master as skilled as me in the Tao of Space." Ji Lao San was ecstatic. "This way, our side only needs to take care of the enemies in the barren territory, and the Black Ink Clan's plan to invade the 3,000 worlds will be completely crushed." He had been in the no-return pass for a long time, so Ji Lao San naturally knew about the barren territory. Every so often, he would even use a soul clone to run around the barren territory when he was bored. Only, the barren territory was quite literally barren, with only the necessities left behind by the human ancestors to wage war. Ji Lao San only went a few times before losing interest. Rather than go to that damned place, he might as well stay in the no-return pass and quarrel with the phoenixes. With his spirits raised, Ji Lao San thought of something again and mentioned tentatively, "But blocking the territory gate doesn't mean the war will end." Yang Kai was surprised. "Why do you say that?" Rather than answer his question, Ji Lao San asked, "I heard that the humans encountered an extremely ancient master during a previous crusade called Song." Yang Kai nodded. Ji Lao San said, "Truthfully, the ancient books of the Dragon Clan do have some records about this, but only in scattered fragments. Perhaps it may have something to do with the Dragon Clan's decline at the time." Yang Kai nodded thoughtfully. Based on what Song told him back then, the divine spirits were active during the primordial era, the era in which they ruled over the vast universe. It was just that their vicious battles against each other caused many divine spirits and their clans to go extinct. By the time the early ancient era arrived, it was the monster races that assumed dominance. During the early ancient era, monster beasts ran rampant, and the human race were put in a difficult position. Under the influence of some sort of mysterious power, Song and the other 9 martial ancestors entered the grand ancient ruins boundary, and with the power of the world tree, gained enlightenment to the path to the open heaven realm. It was only after this that the human race was able to slowly rise. During the age when the humans were rising up, the divine spirits had already begun to decline, and the Dragon Clan spent all their time in the ancestral land, so they did not know much about the outside world. However, they still had some records from that time. "Does Brother Yang know how the Black Ink battlefield was formed?" Yang Kai nodded. "Senior Tsang told me about it. It was the 10 martial ancestors that carved out the battlefield." Ji Lao San corrected. What they carved out was merely the great territories that had already been taken over by Black Ink strength. A boundary was built between those great territories and those not occupied by the Black Ink clan. After a pause, Ji Lao San said, "Let's put this another way. Does Brother Yang know why the Black Ink battlefield is so vast and expansive?" Yang Kai said hesitantly, "I heard that it was made up of a fusion of many great territories." Ji Lao San nodded. "Exactly. Then, why did these great territories fuse together?" Yang Kai's expression changed as he realized what Ji Lao San was trying to say now. Ji Lao San sighed, "Black ink strength is an extremely sinister power. Not only can it corrupt the bodies and souls of living beings, it can even erode the boundaries between great territories. Once the density of black ink strength reaches a certain point in a great territory, the boundary wall will disappear, and without that barrier, the great territories will naturally fuse into one." Yang Kai exclaimed, "The barren territory." He finally understood why Ji Lao San said blocking the portal would not end the war. He had indeed sealed off the no-return pass from the barren territory for now, but if the boundary walls of the barren territory were to be eroded, then it would fuse with the shattered heaven. If that were to happen, the defensive line constructed by the humans in the barren territory would become meaningless. Ji Lao San went on, "You don't have to worry too much though, Brother Yang. Even though the Black Ink clan is strong right now, without any supplies, it will become difficult for them to produce more members or black ink strength. The barren territory is not small by any means, so it would be unfeasible for the Black Ink clan to try and erode the boundary walls using just the black ink strength available to them. I'm only telling you this in case you suffer a loss due to something similar happening in the future." Yang Kai nodded, "Many thanks for the lesson." Ji Lao San added, "Besides, if I know about this, then the elders of my Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan should know about it too. They will take the necessary precautions. No matter what, the Black Ink Clan has already lost half the battle since the territory gate has been blocked by you, Brother Yang." Marshall Peak, Chapter 54-56, The Way Back? During the late ancient era, the reason why the boundary walls between the great territories eroded so easily was mainly because of Mo. Mo was the origin of black ink strength, and its power was incredibly pure and powerful. Most of the boundary walls between the great territories occupied by the Black Ink clan were personally eroded by its hands. The boundary walls were a real existence. Only, it was difficult for ordinary people to even perceive them. The places where the territory gates were located were essentially gaps in the boundary walls, as well as the portals that connected two great territories. In fact, boundary walls were incredibly sturdy existences. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the humans to confine the Black Ink clan inside the Black Ink battlefield. Trying to erode the boundary wall with black ink strength alone was a difficult feat to achieve. Now, Yang Kai had sealed the territory gate between the no-return pass and the barren territory, cutting off the Black Ink clan's supply line. But he was powerless to do anything more. He asked more about the no-return pass, and learned from Ji Lao San that the pass fall was attributed to the two Black Ink giant spirit gods, just as he expected. The human race army retreated all the way from outside of the primordial heaven's source grand restriction to the no-return pass, suffering countless casualties along the way. Somewhere between 20 and 30 of the great passes were destroyed in the process, while even more Ninth Order old ancestors died in battle. The casualties they sustained could be described as unprecedented since the late ancient era. Even though the Black Ink clan also sustained their fair share of casualties, they were much less significant when compared to the humans. After all, the two Black Ink giant spirit gods were far too powerful. After retreating to the no-return pass and receiving the support from the Dragon Clan and Phoenix Clan, the two sides fought a brutal war around the no-return pass. In the end, the human army and its allies were unable to hold. The no-return pass was broken through, and for the first time in history, it became engulfed in the flames of war. Half of this result was because they were truly helpless to fend off the enemy, but the other half was intentional. The united army of the humans and the divine spirits executed a coordinated retreat to the barren territory to use the second battlefield to continue their war against the Black Ink clan. Ji Lao San had gone too deep into enemy lines while fighting and was surrounded by the Black Ink clan, resulting in him being unable to return to the no-return pass in time to join the evacuation. In the end, he was captured by a royal lord in the final battle. The Black Ink clan did not kill him, though. They placed divine spirits in high regard, so the royal lord imprisoned him in the no-return pass and surrounded him in a cloud of black ink strength, seemingly in an attempt to study the innate resistance of divine spirits towards their black ink strength. It was to find a way to corrupt them quickly through research. If the royal lord had not had such intentions, then Ji Lao San would not have survived after being captured. His 55,000-meter-long ancient dragon body was comparable to an Eighth-Order Master in strength. However, an ancient dragon could hardly make any waves in front of a royal lord. Over the years, it had become increasingly difficult for Jilao San to persevere. Fortunately, his dragon vein was quite pure, giving him fairly high resistance to the corruption of black ink strength. However, if another decade or so had passed, even he could not be sure whether or not he would be corrupted by black ink strength. If he really were corrupted, then he would surely become a stain on the dragon clan's pride. That was why Jilao San was so grateful to Yang Kai for saving him. He had saved not only his life, but protected the honor of the entire clan. Jilao San still had some black ink strength lingering in his body, so Yang Kai gave him some purifying black ink pills to finally eliminate this hidden danger. Freed from the black ink strength shadow, Jilao San's body felt light and he heaved a long sigh in his hiding place before asking, "Brother Yang, what do you plan on doing next?" "I'm going back." Yang Kai had already made up his mind. Jilao San did not understand. "The portal has already been blocked though. How will you return? You're not thinking of reopening it, are you?" "That would be a bad idea." Yang Kai was able to catch the enemy by surprise when he sealed the territory gate the first time. But if he were to try it again, the Black Ink clan would surely respond more quickly and forcefully, making it questionable whether he could succeed or not. If things progressed as expected, the Black Ink clan would have already tightened their guard around where the territory gate used to be while they looked for a way to reopen the portal. "That won't be necessary," Yang Kai shook his head. "I know a passage that leads to the 3,000 worlds. We can use that path." His words shocked Jilao San. To think that the Black Ink battlefield actually had another passage that led to the 3,000 worlds. This was big news, and if the Black Ink clan were to ever learn about it, they would surely rejoice. The passage that Yang Kai spoke of was the one he used to get to the Black Ink battlefield from Black Territory back then. Since he could come from Black Territory to the Black Ink battlefield at that time, he would naturally be able to do the opposite. He just had to reopen the passage, which would not be difficult for the current him at all. Now, of course, the existence of the passage was quite peculiar in itself. Based on Yang Kai's speculation, it may be a special type of territory gate, or it may be a weak point in the boundary walls. In ancient times, a royal lord somehow found her way into the Black Territory through this passage and was suppressed and sealed by human race masters of the time before a super array was set up to suppress her and the Void Corridor. Countless years later, Yang Kai shook the foundation of the Grand Array while mining the resources in Black Territory and almost allowed the royal lord to escape. Fortunately, she had been imprisoned for an incredibly long time, so her strength had declined greatly. Otherwise, with the lineup that the humans had at the time, they would have suffered far heavier losses in order to deal with that royal lord. The Void Corridor was located in the Blue Sky Theater, which was quite far from here. Yang Kai took out his universe chart and ascertained the direction before flying side by side with Jilao San, occasionally using space principles to speed up their journey. If he was alone, Yang Kai could have just repeatedly used instantaneous movement to dramatically reduce the amount of time the journey required, but it was hard to do so with Jilao San tagging along, as the latter was an ancient dragon, meaning he could not be carried by Yang Kai so easily. Along their journey, the scenery in the vast void all looked the same. They passed through several theaters, which used to be defended by the Great Passes, and took nearly 10 years to finally reach the Blue Sky Theater. Blue Sky Pass, which had guarded this stretch of void for eons, was long gone. Yang Kai did not even know whether it had been completely destroyed or not. There were 70 to 80 remnant Great Passes floating outside of the No-Return Pass, all of them shrouded by black ink clouds, making it hard to identify them. From Yang Kai's perspective, it had been several thousand years since he came here, but he still remembered how he had sealed up the Void Corridor along his way after departing from Black Territory until he suddenly stepped into a sealed world. The Void Corridor in Black Territory was connected to that sealed world. The sealed worlds of the Black Ink battlefield were basically the universe paradises and universe cave heavens left behind after the fall of high-rank open heaven realm masters from ancient times. The universe cave heaven encompassing the passage connecting Black Territory and the Black Ink battlefield should not have appeared there as an accident, but rather been placed there by artificial intervention. The owner of the universe, Cave Heaven, clearly knew about the existence of this void corridor, and so they took the initiative to leave their small universe behind, enveloping the passage and hiding it from the eyes and ears of all others. Doing so meant sacrificing one's lifetime of cultivation, as well as their life itself. Their ancestors sacrificed their lives for the sake of peace for the human race. Countless years later, their descendants still upheld this philosophy. That was why Ming-Chi, whom Yang Kai encountered in the sealed world, willingly sacrificed himself without a single word of complaint in order to keep the void corridor a secret. The sacrifice of this unnamed ancestor was worth it. Countless years went by, yet the Black Ink clan never learned of the existence of a void corridor that connected straight to the 3,000 worlds. If Yang Kai had not come over from Black territory, then he would not have triggered the abnormality in the universe Cave Heaven, and then it would naturally not have been noticed by the Black Ink clan. It was because of his actions that the universe Cave Heaven's location was exposed, and only then did several feudal lords come over to investigate. Fortunately, the passage had been sealed shortly after it opened, so the feudal lords couldn't have detected anything. There were several feudal lords and their subordinates, as well as other high-rank Black Ink clansmen who came to investigate the sealed world. Regardless of whether or not they could find anything good in the sealed world, the world force that existed there in itself was the favorite food of the Black Ink clan. World force was the foundation that maintained the existence of a sealed world. Even though the sealed world's owner died long ago, as long as the small universe remained intact, the world force would not dissipate. However, after being devoured by the Black Ink clan, the world force was gone, and without that foundation, the sealed world would naturally collapse into nothingness, never to be found again. It took a decade for Yang Kai and Ji Lao San to arrive at the Blue Sky Theater, and another 2 years to locate the original location of the sealed world. Not because Yang Kai was incompetent, but because it was difficult to find a single spot in the vastness of the void. Fortunately, he had specifically noted down the location in his mind back then. Otherwise, he might have come up empty on this trip. Standing at a certain point in the void, Yang Kai silently sensed his surroundings for some time before he was certain that this was where the sealed world collapsed, and the void corridor was hidden. If anyone else were to come here, they would naturally be helpless in the face of this situation. But Yang Kai had great attainments in the Tao of space. Even in such a case, he could find the void corridor's entrance. He just needed to spend some time and effort on it. So, for the next few months, Yang Kai used space principles to probe for the void corridor over and over again while Ji Lao San sat silently. Until one day, he suddenly raised his brow and called out to Ji Lao San, who was a short distance away, "Brother Ji, come quickly." Ji Lao San's spirits were lifted and he came over in a flash. "Did you find it?" Yang Kai nodded. "We must connect our auras together. Remember to follow me closely lest you get lost in the void crack. If that happens, even I may not be able to find you." Ji Lao San laughed. "No need to go through such trouble." While saying so, his body flickered and he took on his dragon form. Only this time, rather than a 55,000-meter-long ancient dragon form, he transformed into a tiny dragon, no longer than an ordinary snake. This was also one of the Dragon Clan's secret techniques, allowing even a dragon that could cover the sky to become as small as a mustard seed. Yang Kai knew this secret technique too. However, he could not shrink himself as small as Ji Lao San could. Currently, his dragon form could range between 70,000 meters and 70 meters long. Seeing this display, Yang Kai decided in his heart that he had to properly cultivate this Dragon Clan's secret technique once he returned. After all, sometimes it was quite inconvenient for him to fight when his body was too large. The snake that Ji Lao San transformed himself into wrapped itself around Yang Kai's arm. Yang Kai could not help but chuckle. Then, while madly surging his space principles, a ripple appeared in the void in front of them. A short while later, the sealed portal slowly revealed hints of itself. Yang Kai was the one who sealed off this void corridor nearly 1,000 years ago, so it was naturally no problem for him to open it again. However, not only did he have to open the void corridor today, but he also had to seal it behind him as he passed through, so he still faced some difficulty. Marshall Peak, Chapter 54-57, Battle Outside the Universe Temple. This was also the reason why Yang Kai had not brought the remnant army back to the 3,000 worlds via this particular route. After gathering the remnant army, they numbered almost 5,000. There were simply too many of them. In a unique environment like this void corridor, Yang Kai was only capable of protecting 1 or 2 people at most. Thus, he could not bring all of them with him. If they were caught up in the void turbulence, they were bound to be swept away into the void crack, never to find their way out again. Thinking about the remnant army, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling depressed. 5,000 of them had attacked the no-return pass, but less than 3,000 made it through. Not to mention, that was with the assistance of the old ancestor and Nyo holding back their enemies. Without their help, all 5,000 of them would have died that day. Composing himself, Yang Kai concentrated on forging a path forward. The void corridor to Black Territory was much longer than the one at the no-return pass. At present, he had to open a path in front of him while simultaneously closing it behind him. Therefore, it was a huge challenge to his mastery of the Tao of Space. Jilao San, who had transformed into a small dragon resembling a snake, had wrapped himself tightly around Yang Kai's arm. Looking around at the dangerous void turbulence swirling around them in all directions, he secretly felt speechless. It was his first time entering a place like the Void Crack. In the past, he had heard from the Phoenix clan at the no-return pass that void cracks were extremely dangerous and the slightest negligence could cause a person to lose their way forever. Nevertheless, he did not truly understand the risks since he only heard stories but never experienced them in person. He once asked one of the Phoenix clan members to bring him deep into the Void Crack so that he could experience the environment for himself, but that Phoenix clan member had sternly reprimanded him for making such a request. After all, though the Phoenix clan was proficient in the Tao of Space, most would rather choose not to venture deep into a void crack for no reason, much less bring another person along with them. Yang Kai's movements had a sense of rhythm and order to them, even though he looked like he was struggling somewhat. This guy's attainments in the Tao of Space are probably higher than most of the Phoenix clan members. Jilao San secretly speculated in his heart. Not only was Yang Kai an ancient dragon, allowing him to be proficient in the Tao of Time, but he also had such profound attainments in the Tao of Space. Just what kind of a freak was he? On the other hand, Yang Kai did not know what nonsensical thoughts were running through Jilao San's head as he was focused solely on passing through the void corridor safely. It was impossible to tell how much time had passed when the obstruction ahead finally vanished without warning, and he abruptly found himself standing in the vast void. An irregular portal filled with chaos and nihility remained open behind him. He quickly turned around, reached out his hand in a swiping motion, and manipulated space principles to make the portal vanish out of sight. It was not until he finished hiding the entrance to the void corridor that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Looking around, Yang Kai did not see any scenery that was familiar to him. There was only pitch-black darkness that seemed darker than certain areas on the black ink battlefield. Be that as it may, he knew that he had arrived at Black Territory. In the past, he had entered the void corridor that brought him to the black ink battlefield from this very spot. Without further delay, he immediately consumed some open heaven pills to replenish the energy he had used up and quickly set off towards the territory gate. More than 10 years had passed since Yang Kai led the remnant army to the barren territory, so there was no way to know what the situation there was now. For that reason, he pressed down the urge to return to the star boundary. Even though he wanted to go back and check on the star boundary, he knew that now was not the right time to return. His greatest priority at the moment was to rush towards the barren territory as soon as possible. If he wanted to reach the barren territory, then he would first need to head towards the shattered heaven. He took out a universe chart of the 3,000 worlds and quickly figured out his direction, then he hurried on his way. Jilao San seemed to have gotten used to this traveling method and did not change back to his original form, simply choosing to remain wrapped around Yang Kai's arm. If one did not observe carefully, one would have assumed that Yang Kai was wearing a fancy bracelet. To arrive at the barren territory as soon as possible, Yang Kai pushed his speed to its limits as he traveled through great territory after great territory. It was fortunate that he had left his imprint on a large number of universe temples, allowing him to save a significant amount of time. One day, Yang Kai's figure appeared atop a universe temple's universe array of a certain great territory before he immediately flew out. The cultivator guarding the universe temple didn't even have the time to check Yang Kai's identity before the latter disappeared without a trace. Hence, he was stunned by the strange and fleeting incident. The universe temples located in each great territory had been left behind by the human race in ancient times and were presently under the joint control of the cave heavens and paradises. Most great territories had a universe temple, with the rare exception of several great territories located in extremely remote regions. For example, the great territory in which the star boundary was located had not contained a universe temple originally. That was because the martial Tao in that particular great territory was too backward, and there were no cultivators who could shuttle through the void. Guarding the universe temple could be considered a kind of training for the disciples of the various cave heavens and paradises. However, the task was boring since fighting was forbidden inside the universe temples. That was why very few disciples from the cave heavens and paradises would willingly volunteer to guard these places. Most of those assigned to these posts had relatively low cultivations. Aside from the mandatory 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master presiding over the Universe Temple, the rest were either in the 5th Order or below. Not to mention, their numbers were not high. Yang Kai was currently in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, which would make him a Supreme Elder or Ancestor-level character in any cave heaven or paradise. How could these guards in the 4th and 5th Order possibly trace his whereabouts? In any case, he had no plans to stay here for long because he had to continue on his journey. However, today, he noticed a battle between cultivators right outside the Universe Temple. 2 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and a 7th Order Master were locked in an intense fight for some reason. Although there was a clear gap in their cultivations, the 2 6th Order Masters were holding their own against their opponent in a 2-against-1 battle. That was an unusual sight indeed, as a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was considered a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master. How could 2 6th Order Masters be a worthy opponent for such a foe? Yang Kai observed for a while and soon figured out the reason. The 2 6th Order Masters were clearly disciples from the cave heavens and paradises, so the artifacts in their possession were excellent, and their secret techniques were powerful. They were most likely peak 6th Order Masters. On the contrary, the 7th Order Master's aura was clearly unstable. It looked like not much time had passed since he broke through to the 7th Order. Which great force he came from was unknown, but he clearly did not originate from any of the cave heavens or paradises. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling surprised. According to convention, any 7th Order Master who did not come from any of the cave heavens or paradises in the 3,000 worlds was absorbed into the cave heaven or paradise closest to them. They would also be given the position of guest elder without any real responsibilities. Take the Great Battle Heaven, for example. They were affiliated with more than 10 great territories. If a cultivator within any of these great territories advanced into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, they would then be absorbed into Great Battle Heaven. However, all the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who became guest elders of the cave heavens and paradises in this manner would vanish without a trace soon after. There were no exceptions to this unspoken rule since time immemorial. As a result, the general public in the 3,000 worlds had various misunderstandings towards the cave heavens and paradises. The general assumption was that the cave heavens and paradises were using their authority to suppress all other great forces to prevent any unaffiliated cultivators from reaching the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, lest the foundation of their ruling position be shaken. That was why they immediately captured and subdued any cultivator who was discovered to have advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Of course, the truth of the matter was that most of those cultivators who advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm were sent to the Black Ink battlefield. As for the others, they simply entered seclusion in the cave heavens and paradises. It was not that the cave heavens and paradises were trying to suppress the other great forces. On the contrary, they wanted more 7th Order Masters to appear, as such cultivators could not be considered weak. They were qualified to become squad leaders and vice-squad leaders on the Black Ink battlefield. For countless years, the cave heavens and paradises had nurtured countless disciples who were then dispatched to the Black Ink battlefield. As a result, they suffered countless casualties as the same cycle repeated generation after generation. If 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were born from other great forces, then they should also do their part to maintain the peace of the 3,000 worlds. However, participation was not mandatory. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were welcomed into the cave heavens and paradises would be told about the secret of the Black Ink battlefield by the sect master in person. Then, they were given the choice to enter the Black Ink battlefield and contribute to the safety of the human race or remain within the sect for the rest of their lives. Information regarding the Black Ink clan and Black Ink strength could not be leaked to the public. Therefore, the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who were aware of this secret could only remain within the confines of the cave heavens and paradises. Consequently, only the cave heavens and paradises could be ranked as first-class forces. No matter how large or powerful other great forces became, they could only be considered second-class because no 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were overseeing them. Due to these circumstances, many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the second-class great forces did not dare to advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm even though they had the heritage and capital to do so, as they were worried that they would suffer at the hands of the cave heavens and paradises if they did so. It was not that these great forces were too weak and could not produce 7th Order Masters, but that the cultivators simply did not dare to advance to that realm. That was also how some 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters eventually found themselves hiding in Shattered Heaven. They secretly snuck into the Shattered Heaven before reaching the 7th Order or 8th Order in order to avoid the pursuit of the cave heavens and paradises. Although they seemed free and relaxed, only they knew about the pain and suffering they endured. After all, the Shattered Heaven was not a pleasant place. Even though this practice of the cave heavens and paradises caused great dissatisfaction among the countless second-class great forces, there was nothing that could be done. They could not allow the information regarding Black Ink strength to become common knowledge. If that were to happen, those with immoral intentions would inevitably take the initiative to seek out Black Ink strength. Even Vice Sect Master Yuan Du of Langya Paradise could not resist the temptation of Black Ink strength. He had actively sought out Black Ink strength and absorbed it into his body before spreading it to a number of elite disciples, transforming them into Black Ink disciples. It had to be said that Yuan Du was a Vice Sect Master belonging to one of the 72 paradises. If even such a character could not resist temptation, how were others with lower strength, status, and talent do so? Most cultivators would gain the courage to break the rules and make some unexpected choices when faced with the limitations of their martial Tao. Over the years, the cave heavens and paradises might have made mistakes in other aspects. Nevertheless, there was no denying that they had performed splendidly in terms of protecting the 3,000 worlds. Outside this universe temple, the two 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were fighting a newly advanced 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai only needed a single glance to determine that the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had come from one of the second-class great forces and not one of the cave heavens and paradises. There was also a large ship outside the Universe Temple with several 5th and 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters standing on the deck, observing the battle. The 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was an old man with a white head of hair and beard. After advancing to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, he thought that he could easily escape the two 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters from Golden Antelope Paradise, but it wasn't until they started fighting that he realized how powerful these two were. He could only lament the fact that it had not been long since his advancement, so he could not bring out the full strength of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. If he had the opportunity to cultivate and retreat for several dozen to 100 years to consolidate his cultivation and familiarize himself with it, then two trivial 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would have been nothing to him. Seeing that he could not escape, the old man shouted, "The cave heavens and paradises have been gathering 5th and 6th Order Masters from the second-class great forces in every great territory recently. It's obvious that they are planning to destroy the foundation of all second-class great forces to prevent their ruling authority from being shaken. They have revealed their wolfish ambitions. How long are the rest of you going to stand there and watch the show?" The expressions of the fifth and sixth order open heaven realm masters standing on the large ship changed drastically upon hearing those words. It was just as the old man had said. They were cultivators from various second-class great forces in this great territory which was under the jurisdiction of Golden Antelope Paradise. In recent years, Golden Antelope Paradise had gone around gathering fifth and sixth order open heaven realm masters from various second-class great forces. It was just that they had not explained the purpose of their actions. So many people became uneasy about the situation. Marshall Peak, Chapter 54-58, Lord of the Star Boundary. It was not strange for the old man to have such thoughts. Too many rumors and misunderstandings about the cave heavens and paradises had propagated over the years. Many had the same thoughts as the old man, but did not dare to voice their opinions. The old man continued, Yenny, 1,800 years ago, the former temple master of Golden Light Temple advanced to the seventh order open heaven realm and was taken away by Golden Antelope Paradise. Have you heard from him since then? A scholarly sixth order open heaven realm master stood on the large ship with a gloomy expression. He was none other than Yin Yi of Golden Light Temple, whom the old man had addressed. The old man then shouted, Bien Yuan Shan, 3,200 years ago, your ancestor showed outstanding talent and advanced directly to the sixth order open heaven realm. He was expected to advance to the eighth order one day, but more than 3,000 years have passed since he was recruited by these people. Have you seen or heard from him even once? The Bien family has repeatedly gone to the Golden Antelope Paradise to request a meeting with him, but they were always refused. Isn't that right? A middle-aged man standing beside Yin Yi on the large ship looked bitter. He was Bien Yuan Shan, the person whom the old man had called out in his speech. The Bien family was not particularly outstanding in this great territory. Nevertheless, it was true that an exceedingly talented ancestor who was born to them around 3,000 years ago. In addition to outstanding talent, that ancestor was also blessed with great luck. He had managed to obtain a complete set of sixth order materials from somewhere and advance directly to the sixth order open heaven realm. With the limited financial resources of the Bien family, it would have been impossible for him to obtain a complete set of sixth order materials for his advancement otherwise. Unfortunately, he was taken away by the masters of the Golden Antelope Paradise not long after he ascended to the open heaven realm. After that incident, the Bien family had gone to the Golden Antelope Paradise on numerous occasions to meet their ancestor. However, it was just as the old man had mentioned. Their attempts had been fruitless to date. This incident had been a painful thorn in their hearts since then. The descendants of the Bien family had never forgotten that a mighty individual, who had advanced directly into the sixth order open heaven realm with the expectation to one day become an eighth order master, had been born from their humble family. Judging by the talent of their ancestor, he should have advanced to the seventh order open heaven realm by now since more than 3,000 years had passed. Bien Yuan Shan naturally felt bitter and depressed to be reminded of this incident. If the Bien family had received the protection of a seventh order open heaven realm master, they would not have fallen into such desolation. The seventh order old man had clearly lived for a very long time. Therefore, he was extremely knowledgeable about the secrets of the nearby great forces. He called out to each person and mentioned various incidents that were related to them, causing many fifth order and sixth order open heaven realm masters on the large ship to become furious. He called out to 6 people in quick succession, all of whom were similar to Yin Yi and Bien Yuan Shan. Their ancestors or elders had either shown outstanding talent or advanced to the seventh order open heaven realm. Consequently, they were taken away by Golden Antelope Paradise and disappeared without a trace. The second-class great forces had always harbored some resentment towards the cave heavens and paradises. It was just that they buried these feelings in their hearts and did not dare to express them out loud. Now that the old man had flamed these resentments, though, hostility began to bubble to the surface. When the 2 sixth order open heaven realm masters fighting the old man saw where the situation was going, one of them shouted, Ju Yin, stop talking nonsense. We can still resolve this issue if you stop now. If you insist on being stubborn, then don't blame us for showing no mercy. The old man called Ju Yin coldly snorted. This old master is speaking nonsense? You should know well just how many dirty things the cave heavens and paradises have done over the years. This old master is simply revealing the truth. Don't even think about capturing and imprisoning this old master. Now that this old master is in the seventh order open heaven realm, I can just kill you both here and then escape to the shattered heaven to live freely. The other sixth order open heaven realm master shook his head. Jiuyan, the truth is different from what you believe. Golden Antelope Paradise has indeed acted a bit ambiguously over the years, but we had no other choice. If you wish to know the truth, then please stop resisting. The truth will naturally come to light once my senior brother guides you to a certain place. Jiuyan sneered coldly. This old master has lived for so many years. I am not a 3-year-old child. How can I be deceived by such nonsense? While speaking, his attacks became more and more ruthless as he addressed the people on the ship once more. Why aren't you doing anything? Are you truly planning to follow in the footsteps of your ancestors? The people on the large ship had seemingly been bewitched and were eager to take action. The expressions of the Golden Antelope Paradise disciples, who were tasked with the responsibility of guiding these people, changed drastically at those words and raised their vigilance significantly. Needless to say, there were more than just the 2 sixth order open heaven realm masters among the Golden Antelope Paradise disciples here. There were several other 5th order masters on the ship, but their numbers were not high. After all, the battle in the barren territory was currently in an extremely dangerous state. The cave heavens and paradises simply could not afford to spare much manpower. If it really came down to a fight, they might not be a match for the people gathered here. In the worst case, they might even lose their lives. Kill them all. This old master will bring you to the shattered heaven. We will never be controlled by others again. Jiuyan yelled. At this moment, he spotted an opening and slammed his palm towards one of the 6th order open heaven realm masters. World force surged madly from the palm of his hand, enveloping it in an unstoppable force. The 6th order open heaven realm master turned pale with fright. He had been distracted for a moment just now, and that momentary distraction had given Jiuyan an unexpected opportunity. That palm strike was not something he could bear. If he was struck by that blow, then he would either end up dead or heavily injured. At that point, his junior brother would be forced to confront Jiuyan by himself, which was clearly impossible. When the other 6th order open heaven realm master saw that his senior brother was in danger, he tried to help. Unfortunately, there was not enough time. In his desperation, he could only roar at the top of his lungs, "Jiuyan, stop!" Not only did Jiuyan refuse to stop, but he channeled even more strength into his attack. His palm was about to land on the 6th order open heaven realm master's forehead when all of a sudden, a hand appeared out of nowhere and lightly grabbed Jiuyan by the wrist. Jiuyan's aura that was flaring madly suddenly withered like a deflated ball. Jiuyan was horrified, but when he tried to withdraw his hand, he discovered that he could not move a muscle. His body seemed to be imprisoned in place. Shifting his eyes, he saw a tall and handsome young man had appeared in front of him at some point. Although the young man was simply looking at him indifferently, those eyes seemed to contain a mysterious power that prevented him from shifting his gaze away. It felt as though his entire soul was sinking into the depths of those eyes. In the blink of an eye, Jiuyan's arrogance and boldness vanished. His entire body trembled in fear under that gaze. Fortunately, the young man did not do anything to him and soon looked away, allowing him to feel a sense of relief, as though he had been granted mercy from the heavens. After a brief pause, the 2 sixth order open heaven realm masters from Golden Antelope Paradise recovered from their shock and realized that the young man in front of them had saved their lives. Nevertheless, they exchanged an astonished glance with each other. Blocking Jiuyan's attack so easily was definitely not something a 7th order master could do. Moreover, the faint aura emanating from this young man indicated that he was an 8th order open heaven realm master. Golden Antelope Paradise's Fan-Nan / Shiyuan greets ancestor. They quickly bowed in unison. Yang Kai nodded lightly before glancing over at the large ship. The people who were eager to take action after being incited by Jiuyan's provocation hurriedly lowered their heads, terrified of being singled out by the master who appeared out of nowhere. On the other hand, The Golden Antelope Paradise disciples on the boat were ecstatic. With the arrival of an eighth-order ancestor, their troubles were no longer troubles. Their anxious feelings were finally relieved. Fan Nan was the eldest senior brother here, so he hesitantly asked, "From which cave, heaven or paradise, does ancestor hail?" There were many eighth-order open heaven realm masters from the cave heavens and paradises, and although he did not recognize all of them, he could recognize many of them. Even for the ones he could not recognize, he would have heard most of their names before. Be that as it may, none of those names or descriptions matched this young man. He couldn't help feeling curious and quietly wondered to himself, could it be that the situation in the barren territory is so desperate that even the eighth-order open heaven realm masters, who had not come out for such a long time, are required to take action? Yang Kai waved dismissively, "I am not from any cave heaven or paradise." Both Fan Nan and Shi Yuan were shocked. Is there an eighth-order master who does not come from any of the cave heavens or paradises? For a time, their heads buzzed with various thoughts, and they couldn't help forming many misunderstandings about the situation. Fortunately, Yang Kai quickly added an explanation. "Lord of the Star Boundary, Yang Kai." He did not mention Voidland, as although Voidland was the great force he established with his own hands, it could not compare with the fame of the Star Boundary thanks to the World Tree clone. Many people in the 3,000 worlds had heard of Voidland, but absolutely everyone who had any form of strength knew about the Star Boundary. Naturally, Fan Nan and Shi Yuan knew of the Star Boundary. They had even heard of Yang Kai. Thus, they immediately looked surprised and asked, "Senior Yang, didn't you head to that place?" The incident in Black Territory had caused a huge uproar back then. To deal with the super array that covered the entire Black Territory, the cave heavens and paradises had dispatched many people to harvest the ore stars which made up the array nodes. It was not a secret that Yang Kai had left Black Territory for the Black Ink battlefield. Even Fan Nan and Shi Yuan were aware of his departure. Yang Kai casually explained, "I just came back from there." Then, he inquired further, "Are you escorting these people there?" Fan Nan hurriedly said, "That's right, but we encountered some trouble. I apologize for troubling you with this." Yang Kai shook his head. "It is related to the survival of the 3,000 worlds. You've worked hard." Upon receiving the affirmation of an eighth-order open heaven realm master like Yang Kai, their grievances immediately dissolved. They had not been able to explain anything even though Zhu Yan had been accusing them of many heinous crimes. Combined with the risk of life and death looming over them, the pressure and stress on their shoulders had been as heavy as a mountain. Fortunately, Yang Kai had suddenly appeared and took control of the situation. Yang Kai suddenly turned to look at one of the people on the ship, Yin Yi. On the large ship, the person named Yin Yi, who was previously addressed by Zhu Yin, hastily bowed in greeting, "Golden Light Temple's Yin greets Senior." Yang Kai felt slightly speechless. Now that he had advanced to the eighth order open heaven realm, everybody immediately called him Senior. However, he was probably much younger than all the people in front of him. Too lazy to correct them, Yang Kai simply continued indifferently, "I don't know about what happened to Golden Light Temple. In fact, I've never even heard of this name before, but I do have a few questions for you. Did your Golden Light Temple suffer any harsh treatment after its former temple master advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm and was taken away by Golden Antelope Paradise?" Yinny answered honestly, "Never." "Did you receive extra care?" Yinny nodded. After the former temple master was taken away, Golden Antelope Paradise indeed provided our Golden Light Temple with generous compensation. They not only bestowed us with some secret arts and techniques, but also deliver many precious cultivation resources to the sect every year. Yang Kai stretched out a finger and pointed at Yin Yi. "Those are the rewards that the former temple master of Golden Light Temple received in exchange for his life." Yin Yi's expression changed slightly. It was obvious that he had misunderstood Yang Kai's meaning. Yang Kai was in no hurry to explain anything though, and instead turned to look at the other person. "What about the situation in your sect, Bian Yuan Shan? Is the situation similar to the Golden Light Temple? Or has the situation remained unchanged?" Bian Yuan Shan pursed his lips and shook his head. reporting to Senior, "There have been no changes in our family's situation." He was now quite confused. Golden Light Temple had received increased protection and support from Golden Antelope Paradise after the former temple master of the Golden Light Temple was taken away. However, his Bien family had not received any kind of compensation at all, even though the ancestor had also been taken away. Was there some sort of difference between them? Marshall Peak, Chapter 54-59. Earnest Persuasion. Yang Kai glanced at the third person. "What about you?" That man raised his head and replied, "We have a similar experience with Golden Light Temple. After the ancestor was taken away, Golden Antelope Paradise would deliver various cultivation resources to the sect every year. Furthermore, Golden Antelope Paradise masters would come to guide the sect's disciples in their cultivation at regular intervals over the years." Yang Kai nodded lightly and continued questioning several others who were called out by Ju Yin earlier. The great forces that these people came from could generally be divided into two categories. One type did not experience any changes, while the other type received extra care from Golden Antelope Paradise. Not only were they bestowed with secret techniques and secret arts after their ancestors, elders, or seniors were taken away, but they would also receive various cultivation resources every year. These cultivation resources made things much more convenient for the disciples of these great forces to cultivate. The great forces that received extra care had always kept their special treatment a secret, lest they attract the jealousy and hatred of the other great forces, which was why nobody was aware that they were not the only great force to receive the favor of Golden Antelope Paradise. Nevertheless, the fact that Yang Kai was questioning them regarding these matters at this time clearly indicated that there was a deeper meaning behind the situation. "Do you know why Golden Antelope Paradise treats your great forces so differently?" Everyone fell silent. Some seemed pensive, but they did not dare to voice their opinions arbitrarily. After all, there was a chance of saying the wrong thing. Who would dare to speak nonsense in the presence of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master? Regardless, Yang Kai had no intention of waiting for a response from them and promptly answered his own question. "Every one of you lives in the 3,000 worlds. Although there are some disagreements and the occasional fight between the many great forces, these are nothing more than minor disputes, quarrels involving grievances and grudges over various issues. But there is a vast battlefield in a distant place that remains unknown to most of the world. Moreover, that battlefield is the site of an ancient and ongoing war involving the very survival of the human race." Everyone aboard the ship couldn't help feeling surprised. Hearing the words "survival of the human race" from the mouth of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master, anybody would immediately realize the seriousness of the situation. However, just what kind of battlefield would involve such high stakes? Not to mention, he also used the word war and not the word battle. Fan Nin couldn't help exclaiming in shock, "Ancestor Yang, this?" Yang Kai raised a hand to interrupt Fan Nan. "You're already planning to bring them there in the first place. Under the current circumstances, they will surely resist if we don't explain the situation to them clearly. Besides, what's the difference between learning the truth now and a few days from now?" Fan Nan thought about it and realized that Yang Kai was right. The cave heavens and paradises had restricted the information regarding black ink strength in the past because they were afraid that some people would not be able to resist its temptation. However, the current situation in the barren territory was so dire that the cave heavens and paradises were forced to recruit 5th and 6th Order masters from the second-class great forces for support. If these people were sent to that battlefield, then the existence of the Black Ink Clan and all that entailed would soon be revealed anyway. After this realization, he did not object again. "You might think that I'm simply trying to frighten you, but this king would like to ask one question. Over the years, have you never wondered why the heritage of the cave heavens and paradises is so feeble despite having an inheritance that spans hundreds of millennia? True, compared to the second-class great forces, the cave heavens and paradises are unshakable behemoths. Nevertheless, where are all the 6th, 7th, and even 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters that they nurtured over the eons? It is impossible for all of them to just remain in secluded retreat inside their sects." These doubts had plagued Yang Kai himself before, so he did not believe that these people had never wondered about it. Compared to their long years of inheritance, The strength the cave heavens and paradises showed to the 3,000 worlds was far too weak. Open Heaven Realm Masters have incredibly long lives, and anyone who breaks through directly to the Fifth Order has hope to advance to the Seventh Order. Among the disciples of the cave heavens and paradises, the number who advance directly to the Fifth Order can be counted in the hundreds per century. Over the years, they should have accumulated so many Seventh Order, Open Heaven Realm Masters that meeting one would be considered common. At the very least, there should be several tens of thousands of them per first-class Great Force. But have you ever seen so many Seventh Order, Open Heaven Realm Masters in any of the cave heavens or paradises? Simply put, those Seventh Order Masters are not in the cave heavens or paradises, as most of them have been dispatched to that far-off battlefield. They have been fighting an enemy that you know nothing about for hundreds of thousands of years, and the vast majority of them have died in battle as a result. There are also no Ninth Order Masters in the 3,000 worlds because any Eighth Order ancestor who has the qualifications to break through to the Ninth Order is sent to that battlefield as well to fight our enemies. The cave heavens and paradises have played a pivotal role in maintaining the safety and tranquility of the 3,000 worlds. The peace you all enjoy is built upon countless generations of blood and sacrifice. This is the truth you have never been told. Yang Kai's speech caused the expressions of Yin Yi and the others to change greatly. They seemed doubtful, but it was easy to understand their feelings. If Yang Kai himself had been in their position, he would also have had trouble believing something so shocking without witnessing the tragic situation on the black ink battlefield with his own eyes. The cave heavens and paradises that they silently resent and hate turned out to be the guardians of the vast universe known as the 3,000 worlds. Moreover, it was only thanks to the silent efforts of the cave heavens and paradises behind the scenes that their great territories could remain so prosperous. That completely overturned their understanding of the cave heavens and paradises. Yanni of Golden Light Temple mustered his courage to ask a question. Senior, who is the enemy that the cave heavens and paradises are fighting? The Black Ink Clan. They were of course confused by the answer. Yang Kai explained, for countless years, the cave heavens and paradises have restricted information regarding the Black Ink Clan, so it is only natural that you have never heard of them. All you need to know is that they are an enemy who are bent on completely annihilating the human race. 200 years ago, they broke through the first line of defense that the cave heavens and paradises were guarding and are currently ravaging the second line of defense located in a place known as the Barren Territory, which lies just beyond the Shattered Heaven. That is also the final line of defense for the human race. The Black Ink Clan breaking through the Barren Territory means the cave heavens and paradises have ceased to exist, and the 3,000 worlds will be no more. Naturally, none of you will survive either. Zhou Yin, who was being restrained by Yang Kai, seemed rather unconvinced. It might be that he realized Yang Kai's temperament was mild and not prone to violence. Hence, he boldly protested, "That's just empty words coming from you. How will we know the truth?" Yang Kai turned to look at Zhu Yin. Zhu Yan's expression immediately changed drastically, and he hastily averted his gaze. On the other hand, Yang Kai abruptly raised his hand and a stream of black ink strength suddenly wrapped around Zhu Yin. Zhu Yin nearly died of fright, thinking that Yang Kai was trying to kill him, but to his surprise, he did not show any signs of injury when the black ink strength wrapped around him. Nevertheless, his expression soon changed. That is the power of the Black Ink Clan. Black ink strength is extremely invasive. Once contaminated by the black ink strength, it will not take long for you to become completely corrupted by it. Then, you will be reduced to a black ink disciple whose loyalty is sworn only to the Black Ink Clan. While Yang Kai was speaking, Zhu Yin had already noticed that something was wrong. The others might not understand the dangers he was facing, but how could he remain ignorant when he could personally feel the malevolence of black ink strength? It was just as Yang Kai had said. Wrapped in that pitch-black energy, he could feel his entire body and mind being corrupted by it. "Senior, mercy, I was wrong." Zhu Yin panicked in fear. Yang Kai ignored Zhou Yin outright and continued leisurely. When one small universe is invaded by black ink strength, A high-rank open heaven realm master can protect themselves by sacrificing a part of their small universe. Unfortunately, those below the high-rank open heaven realm have no such option. Once a person is completely corrupted by black ink strength, they will be transformed into a black ink disciple. Although nothing about their outward appearance changes, their hearts are completely warped and they become slaves who worship the black ink clan above all else. As senior, Ju Yin cried in horror. It had not been long since he advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, so his foundation was unstable and his small universe was still weak. How could he resist the invasion of black ink strength? In the time it took for Yang Kai to speak a few sentences, he discovered that 10% of his small universe had already been corrupted. Although Yang Kai had mentioned that he could sacrifice a part of his small universe to protect himself, how could he bring himself to do something so drastic? If he were to do that, then he would surely regress to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. More importantly, he would never be able to advance to the 7th Order again. Countless Open Heaven realm masters have been corrupted by black ink strength on that battlefield. Converted to serve the black ink clan instead, they turned their blades upon their former comrades. Have you ever experienced the pain and helplessness of having to kill your loved ones on the battlefield? Witnessing Ju Yan's suffering and listening to Yang Kai's explanation, the people on the ship felt their blood run cold in fear. Even the two 6th Order masters from Golden Antelope Paradise, Fan Nan and Shi Yuan, shuddered at those words. Although they knew about the Black Ink clan to a certain extent, they had never stepped foot on the Black Ink battlefield. It was only natural that they were ignorant about the cruelty of the situation there. At the same time, Yinyi and the others finally understood why Yang Kai had claimed that the Black Ink clan was an enemy that could destroy the entire human race. This Black Ink strength was simply too evil. Even a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was having such a difficult time trying to resist the Black Ink strength. So what need be said about 5th Order and 6th Order cultivators like themselves? Wouldn't they be doomed the moment they were contaminated by Black Ink strength? A low roar escaped from Jiu Yan's throat, making him seem like an injured beast. Wisps of the black ink strength slowly seeped out of his body, and darkness flickered in the depths of his eyes from time to time. Yang Kai raised a hand and tapped Ju Yin on the chest. Ju Yin involuntarily opened his mouth, and a purifying black ink pill was tossed into it. Carefully refine that pill, Yang Kai commanded. Ju Yin seemed to wake up from his nightmare, and hurriedly sat down cross-legged to refine the medicinal efficacies of the purifying black ink pill. Yang Kai turned back to Yin Yi and the others. The cave heavens and paradises have protected the 3,000 worlds for hundreds of thousands of years. They have been doing so since their sects were first established. Over the years, innumerable outstanding disciples have lost their lives on that battlefield. Even the 9th Order old ancestors are no exception. Every one of them is a hero. Restricting the information regarding black ink strength is a necessity. Be that as it may, those from the second-class great forces who advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm must also bear some of the burden in this war. Among the people who were taken away, those who are willing to fight the Black Ink clan and protect the human race will be sent to the battlefield. As for those who are unwilling to do so, they will simply remain in Golden Antelope Paradise for the rest of their lives. The realization suddenly dawned upon Yin Yi and the others. They finally understood why the treatment from Golden Antelope Paradise was so different, even though all of them had the same experience where their ancestors and seniors had been taken away. Those who were willing to enter the Black Ink battlefield and fight the Black Ink clan to protect the futures of their descendants would naturally receive better treatment. How could those who were too cowardly to fight the enemy and simply chose to remain in Golden Antelope Paradise for the rest of their lives receive any kind of support? It was only natural that Golden Antelope Paradise would not give such people any special treatment. Yin Yi suddenly recalled that Yang Kai had pointed at him and claimed that the special treatment Golden Light Temple received was obtained in exchange for the former temple master's life. He had misunderstood the meaning behind those words earlier, but he now understood clearly. Originally, these matters would not have fallen upon your shoulders. Unfortunately, the situation on the battlefield has changed greatly over the past few hundred years. We are in the middle of a war for the survival of the human race. That is why we need your support on the front lines. The human race will be able to rest easy if we win this battle. But if we lose, Yang Kai sighed softly. If they lost the battle, then the 3,000 worlds would be engulfed in the flames of war. At that point, how many people would be able to survive? Yenny felt his blood boiling and immediately shouted, Golden Light Temple is willing to fight to the death for the human race. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5460, The Most Loyal Fatty? With Yin Yi taking the lead, Bien Yuan Shan also cupped his fist. The Bien family is also willing to fight for the human race. The remaining representatives of the great forces quickly followed suit. Regardless of whether they were truly sincere, who would dare to act presumptuous in front of an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master who had earnestly explained so many things to them? It was only natural for them to express their respective attitudes. Good, Yang Kai shouted, adopting the posture of a senior expert. Unity is strength. With your determination, the 3,000 worlds will not need to fear the Black Ink clan. Among all the people present here, nobody knew better than him about the brutality of fighting the Black Ink clan. When these people stepped onto the battlefield, chances are most would not return alive. Unfortunately, he could only speak such encouraging words under the current circumstances. Then, he turned back to look at Zhu Yin and said calmly, As for you. Zhu Yin had just managed to purge the black ink strength in his body. Seeing Yang Kai looking at him, he immediately panicked. Zhu Yin is willing to fight for the human race. I will not hesitate to die for this noble cause. Yang Kai coldly snorted, inciting rebellion for your own selfish interests and shaking the morale of the army. If this was any of the great passes, your death would not be worth pitying. However, the human race desperately requires manpower at this moment. As a Seventh Order Master, you don't deserve to die by my hand. Go to the battlefield and atone for your crimes. Hearing the first half of Yang Kai's speech made a chill run through Zhu Yan's body. He thought that he was about to die for certain. The only reason he had tried to incite the others and resist his capture was that he had been unwilling to be controlled by the cave heavens and paradises. Who could have thought that an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master would happen to pass by and capture him instead? After listening to the rest of Yang Kai's speech, though, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had been saved. As for atoning his crimes on the battlefield, there was nothing he could do to escape such a fate. Therefore, he could only grovel gratefully. Many thanks for your mercy, Senior. Yang Kai raised a hand and placed several restrictions on Zhu Yan's body. The restrictions sealed Zhu Yan's cultivation to prevent him from causing further trouble along the road. Yang Kai then instructed Fan Nan and Shi Yuan, this matter cannot be delayed any further. You should continue on your journey as soon as you've finished your preparations here. The Shattered Heaven is still some distance from here, so the earlier you arrive, the sooner you can provide support to the situation there.
Yes.
Fan Nan and Shi Yuan quickly responded. Yang Kai nodded. Then with a shift of his figure, he vanished from sight. He was also heading towards the Shattered Heaven. However, it was inconvenient for him to bring these people along with him despite heading in the same direction. What's more, he was planning to stop at Voidland along the way. On the way to the Shattered Heaven, he would only need to travel through 2 additional great territories to arrive at Voidland. Such a detour would not take much time. However, the previous incident made him realize something. The situation on the battlefield in the Barren Territory must be highly unfavorable for the human race. Otherwise, the cave heavens and paradises would never be forced to gather support from the 3,000 worlds. If this was the case for Golden Antelope Paradise, then the other cave heavens and paradises were surely doing the same. The human race might just need to gather all the available manpower in the 3,000 worlds to stand a chance against the Black Ink clan. He couldn't help feeling worried. Although he had sealed the territory gate leading to the Black Ink battlefield from the Barren Territory and severed the flow of reinforcements and supplies to the Black Ink clan, that did not mean the Black Ink clan forces were weak. During his brief exposure to the situation in the Barren Territory, the number of royal lords he detected clearly outnumbered the auras of the Ninth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. This gap between the top masters was likely to affect the dynamic of the entire war. Shaking his head, Yang Kai cleared out such distracting thoughts as he hurried onward with all his strength. It took a whole month of travel before he finally passed through the territory gate and arrived in void territory. Unfortunately, he was in no mood to admire and appreciate the familiar scenery as he immediately sped forward in the direction of Voidland. Thanks to the development over the past 1,000 years, Voidland had transformed from a little-known spirit province to become famous across the 3,000 worlds, even possessing several seventh-order open heaven realm masters. The cave heavens and paradises had acquiesced to the existence of the seventh-order open heaven realm masters in Voidland, unlike in other second-class great forces where such masters would be taken away as soon as they reached such a level, leading to rumors that Voidland was the strongest great force below the cave heavens and paradises. And those claims were undoubtedly true. Voidland's situation was unique among the second-class great forces, as none of them had seventh-order open heaven realm masters. What's more, the Voidland's sect master was also the lord of the star boundary. By joining Voidland, one could gain an advantage that would give them a higher chance of being sent to the star boundary for cultivation as long as they performed well enough. The star boundary was now a true open heaven realm cradle. Even the cave heavens and paradises were scrambling over themselves to send their outstanding disciples there to reap benefits from the mysteries of the world tree clone's nourishment. Be that as it may, the cave heavens and paradises were also limited by certain quotas, so only their most elite disciples would be sent there. It was precisely due to these benefits that countless people tried to send their disciples with outstanding aptitudes to Voidland for cultivation. In response, Voidland accepted all who came without rejecting anybody. Nowadays, the disciples in Voidland no longer consisted of just those who were brought out by Yang Kai from the star boundary back then. It was not an exaggeration to say that they now included people from hundreds of great territories. There were as many as 300,000 disciples in Voidland, a number that could only be described as shocking. Few second-class great forces in the entire 3,000 worlds had so many disciples. What's more, each of these disciples had outstanding aptitude which only improved further after they were sent to the star boundary for cultivation in their youth. These disciples demonstrated extraordinary talents and performed far beyond their peers. As long as they did not perish as they walked their martial Tao, they would surely become pillars of Voidland and the star boundary in the future. It was just that too little time had passed, so the potential of these disciples had not been fully realized yet. At this moment, on top of a mountain peak in the middle of Voidland, a hunchbacked and stooped old man was playing chess with a fat and bloated middle-aged man dressed in elegant robes. The battle in the barren territory was raging, and almost all the great forces in the 3,000 worlds had been mobilized. Yet, for some reason, this scene was so leisurely and elegant. It was truly a rare sight nowadays. The hunchbacked old man had long white eyebrows that hung down his face. On the other hand, the fat man sitting on the opposite side resembled a literal meatball. His bloated face was squeezed together so much that there were only slight gaps where his eyes were located. If he smiled, then even those gaps would be lost in the dense mass of flesh. At this moment, the fat man held an absolute advantage in the chess game. He had set up an encirclement around the chess pieces of his opponent and only needed a few more moves before his victory would be set in stone. Therefore, he was looking extremely triumphant. Leisurely sipping on his tea, he watched the gloomy old man in front of him and did not pester his opponent to hurry up. After all, the old man was getting on in years, so it was only natural for the fat man to be more tolerant. Besides the chess players, there were also two children standing to the side. One was a boy dressed in black, and the other was a girl dressed in red. The girl had delicate features that made her seem as though she had been carved out of jade. On the other hand, there were no words to describe the boy who was dressed in a simple black shirt. Leaving aside his fangs and sharp teeth, he would also drool for no reason. Furthermore, his saliva would corrode large holes in the ground whenever it dripped. Although the little girl kept wiping his mouth for him, there seemed to be no end to his drool. It was obvious that the potholes dotting the entire mountain were caused by this boy. A long time passed, but the stooped old man did not place his piece. The fat man smiled and joked, "Old man, it'll be getting dark soon if you don't hurry up and make your move." Old man? After repeatedly calling out to the old man but receiving no response, the fat man took a closer look. The old man's eyes were slightly closed, and there was a slight snoring sound coming from him. The fat man immediately became speechless as he muttered, "Old man, do you have to pretend to fall asleep every single time?" Similar situations had happened more than once or twice. In fact, it happened every single time, so it was almost something of a routine. Just as the fat man was just about to call out again, the old man opposite him abruptly opened his eyes, looked up into the sky, and uncharacteristically shouted, "He's back?" The fat man followed the old man's gaze but saw nothing. Thus, he couldn't help wondering, who's back? When he turned back, though, the chessboard in front of him was a total mess and the previous game could no longer be discerned. The old man had clearly flipped the board at some point in time. "Old man, you!" The fat man didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, the old man ignored the fat man and raised his hand above his head. He made a pushing motion as though he was opening a door, and the 9 heavenly layers grand array that covered the entire void land instantly split to the left and right. At the same time, the fat man seemed to sense something and hastily looked back up into the void. With just one glance, he gave a little scream and rushed out at a speed that did not match his bloated body. He immediately went to welcome Yang Kai, who was leisurely strolling towards them. Before he even approached Yang Kai, the fat man became emotional and wept bitterly. "Sect Master, you finally returned. This subordinate has been waiting for you for 1,000 years. To think that today is finally that day." Yang Kai watched as the massive meatball charged towards him while wailing and blubbering. Moreover, its eyes, which had been squeezed shut by the fleshy meat until only a tiny slit remained, were desperately trying to open wide at this moment. It was as though the massive meatball was trying to reveal its bloodshot eyes to demonstrate its utmost loyalty and longing. Yang Kai immediately shuddered in horror and raised his hand to stop the massive meatball. He shouted, "What is this monster?" The fat man froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. A while passed before he raised his hand and parted the fringe covering his forehead to the sides. He pushed his fleshy face nearer and squeezed out a smile. "Sect Master, it's me. It's the fatty who holds the greatest loyalty for you." Yang Kai finally noticed certain familiar features on that fat face, and his brow twitched involuntarily at the realization. "Fatty? Why have you gotten so fat?" Chen Tianfei had always been obese, but after not seeing him for 1,000 years, he had gotten even more bloated than before. He had practically turned into an actual meatball at this point. "Please don't tease me, Sect Master. This subordinate will work hard to lose my body fat tomorrow. No, today." Chen Tianfei vowed harshly. "Forget it." Yang Kai waved dismissively. He knew that Chen Tianfei did not become fat because he was lazy. Chen Tianfei's secret art was simply unique, which resulted in his extremely bloated body. If he lost his fat, then his strength would also be greatly reduced. Chen Tianfei immediately seized the opportunity to profess his loyalty again. Smiling brightly, he proclaimed, "You are kind and sympathetic indeed, Sect Master. This subordinate is willing to die to repay your great kindness, Sect Master." Yang Kai sighed. After being away for more than 1,000 years, the first person he met as soon as he returned to Voidland was actually Chen Tianfei. Nevertheless, it was this particular flattering attitude that made him feel a bit warm and fuzzy inside. Thinking back, it had been a wise decision to accept Fatty Chen into the loyalty list. Yang Kai was feeling quite happy at the moment. So unable to help himself, he tapped the belly fat on Chen Tianfei's stomach. Although the flesh looked bloated, it felt soft and tender to the touch. It was a very comfortable feeling. He joked, "Did you have a comfortable life?" It was easy to tell at a glance that Chen Tianfei had advanced to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Back when Chen Tianfei offered up the loyalty list and signed it to preserve his life, he had only been in the 4th Order Open Heaven realm. That was very different from his current cultivation. However, the 6th Order Open Heaven realm was his limit. He had initially advanced directly into the 4th Order Open Heaven realm, so his cultivation could no longer advance any further. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.